I've built 5-figure automations that have saved businesses tens of thousands of dollars, all using N8N. Most people think you need to understand every concept before you build anything, and that's why they get stuck in tutorial hell for months and never actually finish a real project. But here's the truth. You learn best by building immediately. In the next 6 hours, you're getting the same exact training I give my team before they touch any client work. You first start by mastering the foundations, then immediately you build 4 production-ready systems, and then you finish off with advanced techniques most courses or tutorials never teach. By the end, you go from never touching N8N to building professional grade automations that actually work. Let's get into it. Before we build anything, we need to get grounded first, because N8N is extremely overwhelming at first. There's too many options, hundreds of nodes, and if you're just a beginner, that's a big trap for you. However, most, if not all, of the workflows that you'll be building out requires this small set of tools and node groups, and that's what we're going to be locking in first. So let's get started with that. How does every workflow start? They all start with a trigger node, and there are 3 basic types of ways you can start a workflow. The first one is using the when click execute workflow. Basically, whenever you're building something new in N8N, start with a manual trigger. It's like your play button. It lets you test your workflows instantly without waiting for real data, and you use this all the time when you're experimenting. Let me quickly show you. So I have a test data here. It's already here, but let's paste the image you can see here, and just think of it like when you click on this button here, it basically starts the workflow. Or you can click on execute workflow here and it starts it. You can add, for example, a set node here, and you can put name here. Here, pass on the country, delete. Cool. So you can see if I click on this, basically initiates the workflow. So if you click on this, it basically starts the workflow. Next one we have is the schedule trigger. Let's say you want to run your workflow automatically, even when you're not here. That's when the schedule trigger workflow comes into play. You tell it when to run, whether that be every day, every hour, every Monday, and it just happens based on the timeline that you've set for it. If you open it right here, you can see the days interval, which basically, if you want your workflow to run every second or every minute, every hour, or on some specific days, weeks, months, or fully custom, then you can set, let's say if you choose days, you want the days between the trigger. If you want 2 days between the trigger, that would be, let's say for example, you want the trigger to start on Monday, and then 2 days, which is Tuesday and Wednesday, it's not gonna run. Then Thursday, it's gonna run again, and you can put the hour, whether you want it to run midnight, 1 a.m. You get the logic, and trigger at minute 2 as well, so you can put the hour and minutes here. So that is how this schedule trigger workflow works. Now we have the webhook. This is where things get real, because with this you can build real-time automations. The webhook trigger basically just listens for incoming data from outside. Outside could be, let's say for an example, your Lovable frontend. If you've seen one of my walkthroughs before, you've probably seen how I use Lovable as my frontend, which sends my input data from my frontend over to my backend, and how my backend receives that is using this webhook node. So think of it like this. A new lead fills out a form. A payment goes through, or someone sends data to your system. That event hits this webhook, and boom, your automation basically starts upon receiving that request. Let me show you an example using an API testing platform. So let's go into the webhook node. Let's make it a post request, and let's just listen for event here. So you want to copy this, We're gonna go over here and we're gonna paste it, and you also have a JSON body here. So what we're gonna do is that we're just gonna send it over, and then we can see a response saying workflow has started. If we go to our N8N, we can see that we've just received the data, which means the workflow can then begin upon receiving this data. So hopefully this gives you a more clearer understanding of how the webhook node moves. So now our workflows knows when to start, how to start it, the trigger, if you're going to use the click button trigger, whether you're going to use this time schedule trigger, or if you're going to use a webhook based on real-time data. So the next step is basically figuring out, where do you take the data that you get? Where do you store it? Or even if you want to retrieve the data from a database, how do you do that? That's what we'll cover next in the data input and storage. So the first node we have in section 2 is a Google Sheets node, because most workflows need to pull data from somewhere. Here's a simple example. This is a Google Sheet with leads in it, a number of leads in it, about 3. We'll read to see the existing leads, and later we can write new leads into this Google Sheet when data comes in, let's say maybe from a webhook node, something like that. So just think of the Google Sheets like a database. You store your data there and you can fetch your data there. For context, here's the Google Sheet. You can see there over 3 leads here. We have 3 leads. And what we're going to do now using this node is that we're going to fetch. We're basically going to fetch and retrieve the data from the Google Sheet. So if you click on this execute step here, you can see here, basically fetch 3 items. If you go into the table, we can see all of the needs as like we can see them in the Google Sheets interface, but over here we have them over the N8N workflow, which means we can use the data for processing. So that is how we fetch data. Sometimes you want a database like a tool with a friendly UI. That's what Airtable basically is. Same idea. You can fetch data, you can store data there, and you can keep it ready for automations like this. So it's basically the same concept as this Google Sheet node, but here we're just using a different platform, which is Airtable. Sometimes you don't want to use an external app. N8N has this new feature they call the data tables. It's like a mini database in your workflow. You can store data temporary or permanent data for later on. So let me show you how that works. So here what we're going to do is I'm going to get this node here. Let's use this click to execute, and let's hook it up with this. Get this workflow here. We're going to get this data, and what we're going to do is that we're going to add this to the database. Country. First, let's open up the database here. You can see here it's currently empty. Just give it some time. You can see there are no rules, so it's currently empty. We go back, and if we execute on this step, we can see it returned that it has been created at this specific time, and all these data points have been added to the N8N data tables. And if we click on refresh, we can see, voila, the row has been added. So that is basically how you fetch and add things to your database so that you can use them in your workflow. Great. Now we can fetch and store data. Next, we need to decide what to do with it, which leads us to the logic and control flow nodes. So the first node we have in the logics and control flow section is an if-else statement, because here's an example. Not every lead is the same. With the if node, we can decide, should we email this need, ignore it, or do something else with the need. It's simple. You basically set a condition, and N8N will send the data down the right path. Let me show you an example. So let's get this click to execute node we have here. Scroll data. Okay, so let's get it here. Let's connect it up with this. I will make an if-else statement. So we'll basically just say if lead score. So the whole thought process of this is that we want to only email leads with a score higher than 80. If it's lower than 80, which means, in our opinion, they are not qualified. If they're above 80, they are qualified. So we're going to use this if-else node to apply that concept or logic into our N8N workflow. So we'll put if lead score number is equal to, is greater than 80, it basically means it's true. So we can see the lead here has a lead score of 68, which means by default, or should I say based on our reasoning, this lead is not qualified, so it's gonna take us to the false path. So let's click on this and see where it takes us. Now you can see it took us to the false branch, which is correct. So that is how the if node works. Up next we have the switch node. So with the switch node, sometimes one condition isn't enough. The switch node lets you branch into multiple paths based on one field. For example, different countries or lead sources or priorities. But this example will be using different countries. But you could also use lead sources. Let's say you generate leads from Facebook, YouTube, and TikTok. So you want to basically segment and see where the leads are from. So maybe for your TikTok leads, there's going to be a certain workflow then to be done. For your Facebook leads, there needs to be a certain workflow to be done. You can replicate that using the switch node. The difference with the if-else node is that if-else node gives us only one condition, but the switch node, we are able to add multiple conditions for one variable basically. So if we go over here, we click here, we click on the switch node here, we connect them up. Then let's basically put country. If this, basically this is equals to Germany, is equal to the United Kingdom from United Kingdom. Hit the step, it should take us to the Germany branch, which is lead is from Germany, which I've probably done it the correct way. Now, the loop over items node. Sometimes you have lots of leads and you don't want to process them on at once. What this does is that it lets you handle small chunks at a time, and it's useful for emails, APIs, or big workflow. Let me show you with this lead example. So let's delete this and let's hook it up with this Sheets node here we have here, because we're going to be receiving more than one lead. So always use this when you have more than one data. So if we go into our Google Sheet, you can see there's one lead, 2, 3. And what we're going to do is that we're going to categorize them based on their lead score, run against the qualified leads based on what we retrieved from our database. So if you go to N8N, we're going to connect this get rules sheet with this loop over items. And what we're going to do here is that we're going to use this if-else node. I know there's a lot of nodes moving around, but I'm gonna make it simplified for you. So you can see here what it does is that first it gets the row, then it loops over each item. So let me run this so that I can show you. So you can see here we have 3 items. So what it's gonna do is that it's gonna loop over this first item, second item, and the third one, step by step. So once it takes one, so you can see here it takes one item out. So as you can see here, it takes one item, which is the first item, and then we categorize it. Basically said this lead is not qualified because his lead score is lower than 75. So that's basically the whole concept of this loop over item. You can just loop over all these 3 items and just finish it up and categorize them at once instead of creating 3 different nodes, because that is how you would have to do it if you're not using this loop over item node. Now we know how to filter and branch data and also loop data. Next, we'll clean it, format it, and that is where the data transformation nodes come in. And the first one we have the set field node, because sometimes data isn't ready to use. Maybe the field names are inconsistent, or you just want a few key fields. The set node lets you pick, rename, or create new fields. Think of it as shaping the data before sending it forward over to the next node. And the example we're going to use for this would be, let's get one here using this click tag. Oh my god, keep to me out. Okay, so let's go back here. Let's click on this edit field, and all we're going to do is that we're going to add another variable to this set of data points that we have for this specific lead. Now we want to know if this lead has been attended to by our sales team, especially by in-house sales team. So just a quick way to do this, just put the name, gonna do status, then gonna add pending, because we haven't added a node that will basically notify the team. So we're gonna add pending, and if we execute the node, we can see it just added a new status column, because before it didn't have any. We were to go into the table view, we would see it didn't have any, but now it has. That is basically how the set field node works. Now the function node is basically where you get technical. You can write mini scripts to manipulate data exactly how you want. You can combine fields, you can calculate values, or transform data on the fly. Think of it as just your code playground. You can code whether in Python or JavaScript depending on the programming language you would like. Even if you're not a developer, you can use small snippets to tackle tricky data problems. This node is powerful for customizing workflows, and you can even use AI like ChatGPT or Cloud to generate JavaScript code if needed, or Python code depending on what you prefer. And the example we're going to use for this is that we're going to transform the lead data we have been using in all the other examples. So you can see here in the lead data, we have the information like this. Sometimes the lead might not input their name in like uppercase, sometimes or lowercase. So what we're going to do is that we're going to make sure that the first name is like the name has uppercase, the country has uppercase, and after that we want to put it all in one sentence instead of having it in different columns, because all these are individual on their own. We don't have them in a sentence, because sometimes when we want to send data, let's say for example to our sales team, we want to have it in a sentence form, because they just want to read it and get the lead data before they call them, not seeing it in like tables and stuff like that. So we're gonna paste our code here. They're gonna hook it up with this and just click on execute, and you can see here it perfectly just ran the code. So what the code does, as I said, it puts the name to uppercase, and then for the full info, it basically takes the name, the country, the lead score, and puts it all into one sentence, which you can see here. To go to our schema, we would see it here, because before this did not exist. Only these 4 key data points existed, but now we have over 5. So hope you get the logic with that. So up next we have the split out node. So let's say you have multiple leads in one workflow, and you might want to handle them simultaneously. Unlike looping in batches, this runs all items at once, making it faster. For API calls, however, I would recommend you use the split in batches, because it is recommended so that you would avoid rate limits, encountering rate limit errors when you're making API call. So the example we're going to use for this is that we're going to create an array of leads. So you can see we have an array of leads, and it's all one item here. That's the most important thing. So, and you want to split it out into 3 items, like how basically this Google Sheets works. If, for example, let's say, because if you fetch data, it gives it to you in 3 items. So let's say we want to transform it from 1 item. We have an array in 1 item, but we want to turn it into 3 items. So we use the split out node to basically split the items, 1 items, into 3 different items, like how it is in the array. So let's execute this step. Let's open it and let's drag this, which is the name of the array. You can see this item 1 in the array, item 2, and item 3. If we execute this step, we'll see now we have 3 items. You can see Sarah Lee, Alex Carter, and Emily Wu. We have 3 items, and before we just had 1 item. Now we can use this for looping batches, or we can use this to execute nodes, but then how it would execute is that it wouldn't execute all of them together. Each of these leads will be executed independently. So if we go to this JavaScript node and we were to run it, see here it did it independently for each lead, for example. So you can see it did it for Sarah Lee, it did it for Alex Carter and Eminem. So that's basically how it works. So now the aggregates. Sometimes you need to combine multiple items into a single object. Let's say, for example, from 3 items down to 1 item, the reverse of basically what this split out node does. The aggregate items lets you do this. For example, putting all emails into one list for batch processing. So now let's basically take these 3 items and bring it back into 1 item. Basically the reverse of what we've done. Just think of the situation as, okay, we want to basically create full info for each lead. Once we're done doing that, we want to bring it back into 1 item. So we can use this aggregates node. Let's bring everything into 1 list, and let's just call it needs. And if we execute the workflow, you can see it brings everything back into 1 item here, which is basically what we started with over here. So that is basically how the aggregate works. Now our data is clean, structured, and ready. Next up, we'll send it to other tools, which welcomes you to the connectivity and API nodes section. Starting first, we have the HTTP request, which is one of the most important, because sometimes we need to send our data to another app that doesn't have a built-in node. By a built-in node, I basically mean this. Let's say we want to send data to Google Sheets. You can basically just set up Google Sheets and send it using the nodes N8N have made for Google Sheets themselves. So these are supported by the N8N dev team. But what if you want to send data to an application that is not yet supported by N8N? So that is what this HTTP request does. The HTTP request is like a universal connector. You can call any API with it. You can even call the Google Sheets if you don't want to use the N8N Google Sheets, but I would recommend you doing that because it just makes the building process faster and managing everything faster for you and easier. So think sending leads into a CRM or posting to Slack or updating a database. You can use this to basically send data into other applications, because the way applications communicate with each other is through an API interface. So you send data from one API to another using this HTTP request node. And how we're going to test this HTTP request node is basically by creating a mock server. It's similar to the API testing tool we use, but this time we're using webhook.site, which provides us with a unique endpoint that we can send a data to basically on the receiving end. For example, with N8N, it could be your webhook node, which receives the data. But in this part, we're going to create a mock server and we're going to send a request to it. And all we're going to send is basically, get this data here, connect it up with this, and what we're going to send a JSON body with name. Let's send email and country to And up being to the core. Then so what's gonna happen now is that this webhook URL, or should I say this endpoint, will basically be receiving the data that we're gonna be sending here. So you can even send it using a JSON body like we passed it on here. So we can all you can just do is that you can just copy this if you want to, instead of using a body here where we can just fill it out using these fields. We can just using JSON, just fill it out, and if we execute, we can see this URL has no default config, whatever. But then if we check, we can see that we've basically received the data that we sent from the front end. So that is how the HTTP request. You can imagine using this to send data to your CRM on top like that. Up next, we have the respond to webhook node. So if, for example, your workflow was triggered by a webhook, we can send a response back to the source system, and this confirms basically the data was received or processed successfully basically. And you can also use this to send back data that is meant to be processed. Let's say, for example, you have a content repurposing system. The N8N workflow processes, let's say, takes in a YouTube video URL, and at the end, it basically produces 5 different LinkedIn posts. So it repurposes the YouTube video into 5 different LinkedIn posts. So the process for that maybe could be, okay, we're going to transcribe the YouTube video, and after that, we're going to pass it to an OpenAI and the LM model, which I'll be showing you in the next node group, how that works. Then once we basically use an LLM node to basically take that transcription and turn it into 5 different LinkedIn posts, and then at the receiving end, it's basically going to output the 5 different LinkedIn posts. So imagine it's in a front-end system. You basically paste in your video URL, you send it back to your backend, which is your N8N workflow. Your N8N workflow processes it, and then it returns the 5 different posts. So we use this respond to webhook to basically respond back to the webhook that was made, or should I say the API call that was made on the front end, like how it is in most of my workflow examples if you watch them. So, and how we're going to test this is using the same API testing tool that we use to test this webhook mode here. And how we're going to see if it works is that we want to keep an eye on the response body here. We just want to make sure that this message value here says workflow completed, because that is what we put here. And now what we're going to do now is that we're going to set it all. So we're going to make it post request. Then you want to listen for metadata, copy, paste our level URL here, make it a post request here too as well, and just send it. Then since what we're doing is that we're not triggering the actual workflow, what we're actually doing is testing to see if we would receive the data. So it wouldn't respond, but if we were to click on this node, but it has already closed the API call, so we wouldn't be able to receive it. But what we'll do is that we'll send back this response body which says workflow completed. So that is basically how these two pairs work. Use the webhook mode, and then when you want to send back data at the end, that you use the respond to webhook mode for that. But now our workflows can talk to other apps automatically. Next, we'll make it smarter with the AI and automation node section, things like scoring leads and summarizing info. And that is what we have this AI agent node for. Because sometimes you want your workflow to think for you. The AI agent node lets you do that. You give a simple instruction, it handles the requests like summarizing or scoring leads, and it also has memory for chat conversations, back and forth chat conversations. It also has the ability for you to add tools to it. And how we're going to test this is just by using the conversational feature. But if you're going to go in depth, you can add memory and tools like I have said. But I'm going to show you one tool feature That's really good, so that you can replicate a reasoning model, because this AI agent can also reason, take actions, and do normal AI input output conversation like you do with ChatGPT. So all you do is connect it up with the chat model. You can see you can connect it up with the Anthropic models, Azure models, the DeepSeek models. You can see most are available. All we're gonna do is that we're gonna choose the Open Router, because Open Router, it's a software that gives you a unified interface for accessing almost all LLMs, and the interface is like unified. So like the endpoint is always similar. All you have to do is just create an account, fund that account, and you can access multiple LLM. So you don't have to create separate accounts for, let's say, if you're going to use the Gemini 2.5 Pro, you're going to need to create a Google account. If you're going to use the GPT-5, you're going to create an OpenAI account. If you're going to use the Cloud Sonnet 4.5, you need to create an Anthropic account. You can see it gets quite complicated. So what this software does is that it helps you create an all-in-one account. Basically, you can access any API you want through the endpoint. And if we were to go to their models, you can see the list is quite endless. But what we're going to choose is a GPT-5, and you want to hook it up with an executor node. So let's find this execute node here. When I tell it to do is that, well, then basically summarize this new data row, and provide with the lead data we get. Country, and you also have the lead score. And if we were to execute this step, just gonna give it some time, because when you're making API requests to LLM models, it takes quite some time, because normally with ChatGPT, it doesn't just give you the output instant. It takes some time. So you can see here, it just summarized that, and it basically gave us names, this, lead scoring, and everything, prioritizing, follow-up, and stuff like that. Just normally how you would speak with ChatGPT. And you can add the memory by basically clicking at simple memory and choosing the session of the conversation, and also adding how many of the past conversations should be included for memory, so that the AI agent can have context of the past things that were said in the conversation. And you can also add other memory softwares like Redis, Postgres, MongoDB, and stuff like that. But for the basics, you just want to stick with the simple memory, and basically what N8N gives you. It's quite simple to use, and it gets most of your job done, so you don't need to use any of that. So you can see tools here. Just think of tools as actions the AI agent can do, basically, and that's what basically makes it an AI agent. It can call other N8N workflows, so it can basically execute another N8N workflow on its behalf, basically, or should I say on your behalf. And you can also add vector stores for creating a RAG pipeline, which is basically training an AI model on, let's say, your company docs and stuff like that. So the tool that I was telling you about, so that you can replicate the way other reasoning models think, that N8N has integrated for us here in that the N8N team has integrated for all over here in N8N as this thing tool. So you can pass this thing tool to your AI agent, and it actually thinks. And the model that we're using is not even a reasoning model, it's just GPT-5. You can even use GPT-5 mini. Here, you can make a reason, or should I say think, using this thing tool. So now, our workflows isn't just automated, it's smart. Next, we'll make sure it's stable, reusable, and error-proof with the utility and support nodes. For the first one is the execute workflow. And the whole point of this is because big workflows can get extremely messy if everything lives in one workflow. And the execute workflow node lets you break automations into smaller and reusable pieces. Think of it as calling a mini workflow from the main workflow, like I explained with the AI agent calling another workflow. So just think of it like this. And why this is great is that, first of all, it makes your workflow modular, which makes it easy for formatting, scoring, or notification logic all in one place. Another thing is maintainability. So you can update a sub workflow once and all the workflows that are using that sub workflow change. So you don't need to basically go into each workflow update. So just update the sub workflow and that's it. Reusability too as well. So you can call the same workflow multiple times from the main workflow without duplicating steps. So everything is done in a well-structured manner. And the way you can set up the execute workflow is just by clicking on the node itself and just select a node and just select a workflow. So let's just choose a self-learning agent. So we can trigger the self-learning agent from this workflow. And you can also add this as an important option where you tell it to wait for sub workflow completion. If you know you do not need the data back from the sub workflow, maybe let's say you're just delegating a task to that sub workflow, you don't need the data back. You can just click this off and it doesn't wait for the sub workflow to complete. It just continues with the execution, which is going to save you a lot of time. I explained this in the self-learning agent video. After that, we have the error trigger. Workflows sometimes fail. Maybe an API goes down or a data is missing. The error trigger basically catches these failures so you can notify your team or handle them automatically. After that, we have the wait node. As I showed you an example with the AI agent node, it's not as instant as other HTTP requests, or should I say non-LLM HTTP requests. So the APIs or apps often have rate limits, and sending too many requests at once can break your workflow, and instead of receiving a 200 success code, you basically receive an error success code which would break your workflow. So the wait or delay node basically pauses an execution for a set time between the actions so that you wouldn't encounter a rate limit. And the way the wait node works is that you just give it a time amount. You can give it 5 seconds. You can change that to minutes, which will be 5 minutes. You can give it hours, which will be 5 hours. You get the logic. And that's it. You've seen all the 7 core node types in action. You've seen the trigger node, the data input / storage node, the logic and control node, the transformation node, and then the connectivity, should I say the API node, and also the AI node, which makes your workflow smart. Also, the utility and support workflows that I just showed you. What I'm going to go over now are the 5 beginner mistakes almost everybody has made in it. First of all, not planning the workflow structure. Many beginners jump straight into dragging nodes without thinking about the overall logic or the N8N workflow itself, and the result is that your workflow becomes messy, hard to debug, and sometimes executes tasks in the wrong way or manner. Always take a moment before you build the actual workflow to sketch a simple flowchart. Think triggers, conditions, and error handling before adding a single. And when saying flowchart, it's just a simple diagram that just says, okay, and this happens, this should happen next. And if this is this, okay, maybe you should go to this path or another path. Just take your time before you actually build the workflow. It's just going to take you like 30 minutes, but it's going to save you a lot more than that if you don't do that. So just take your time and actually sketch it out before you actually build the workflow. And you're going to see it's going to make building your workflow way faster. Secondly of all, overloading a single workflow. Another common mistake is trying to fit too many unrelated tasks into one workflow. Instead, what this does is that this makes execution slow, maintenance harder for you, and also a small error can break the entire chain. So instead, what you can do is split large workflows into smaller, focused sub-workflows that can call each other when needed, because as I said, modularity is always key. Third one is ignoring error handling. Beginners often assume that every node will succeed without failure, but a single API error or bad data or timeout can stop your entire workflow. Always use the error trigger nodes, if nodes for validation, or try and catch patterns to handle errors gracefully, and this keeps your workflows reliable. And the fourth one is improperly setting credentials or copying workflows. Pasting workflows from external sources without properly setting credentials is a frequent mistake that most beginners make. Nodes fail because authentication is invalid, or worse, sensitive data may be exposed. Always set credentials in the N8N credentials manager and avoid hard coding your API keys directly into nodes, because it's safer and way more professional. And also, if you don't do that, if you share your workflow, your API key, since it's hard coded into the workflow, the next person that gets that workflow is going to get access to your API key, and you don't want to do that. And the fifth and final one is not using N8N evaluation nodes. Finally, many users skip evaluation nodes to test logic and data flow. Without testing, workflows may behave unpredictable in production, or should I say unexpectedly in production, causing errors or unwanted actions. What you want to do is take advantage of the evaluation nodes to simulate and validate your workflow on test data before going live. I'm gonna tell you this, it saves you a lot of headache. So yeah, those are the 5. And if you avoid these 5 mistakes, which is planning your workflows, keeping your workflows modular, handling errors, managing credentials properly, and testing the evaluation nodes, should I say testing with the evaluation nodes, your N8N automations will be clean, reliable, and maintainable from the start. Now, you know the tools, you know the nodes, and you know what they are capable of. But what if you want to build something much more advanced, let's say an AI system that thinks on its own? Obviously, what you have just seen is just a synchronous system that works step after step after step. But what if you just give this system its tools and it can choose when to use the specific tool or use the other tool? And what that is known as is called an AI agent. And that is currently the meta in the AI world. Everybody uses AI agents. So let me quickly show you and give you a deep fundamental knowledge on what AI agents are and how you can build them in N8N. What is an AI agent, if you may ask? So I want you to think of it like this. Old way of doing automation, and that there's a new way of doing automation. We're going to start with the old way. So most people think automation just means connecting apps. Like if I get a message, I send it to Notion, for example. Well, there's a flaw with that, because that is not intelligent. That's just following orders. It works until something unexpected happens, then it breaks. Well, here's the new way, the agentic manner. And this is why AI agents exist. They are not fixed scripts in the way of like, so this happens, this happens. They are like digital teammates that can actually think on their own. And how they think is that they analyze what's going on, reason about the situation, and choose what to do next, just like a normal human would in the same moment. And here is how the agent thinks. Here's the process broken down. So first of all, you provide it with an input, which is basically what you type in or what it gets from another app, and analyzes what's going on from various sources, or should I say from various points of views. After that, it reasons about the situation and weighs different options. Then it chooses the best path of action to take, whether that be calling tools or responding it. Now, here's a simple agent setup you can find N8N. So in a tool like N8N, this looks simple. It starts with an input node here, and then an AI processing step, which you can see here, and then we have an output, which is basically what you would receive at the end or what you would be given to another app. The magic is in the processing step, which is this, which isn't a fixed rule but an active decision-making call. Later we'll go deeper into how to prompt this so that it works aligned with what you're looking to get. And you can see we don't just provide a prompt, we provided a chat model, basically the brain of the AI agent. Any LLM, it could be GPT-5, it could be the Grok model. could be the Claude models, it could be the Gemini model. Then we provide it with memory so that it has context of the past conversation that were in that session. Then we also provide it tools, and this is one of the most important parts of it, which we would go deeper into it later. So now, here's a quick analogy to make it a bit more easier to understand for you. Let's think of the playlist versus the DJ. A normal workflow is like pressing on a Spotify playlist, example that you've already compiled and made on your own. The songs never change, and there's a shuffle which basically goes from this song to this song, but then the songs never change. But recently there's an AI feature which changes, so I'm going to use that analogy. An AI agent is more like a DJ. It picks the next tracks based on the vibe. So you know that AI tool, or should I say that AI feature that Spotify recently implemented, where if you click on it, it would find songs similar to what is in the playlist. That is basically what you can think of an AI agent as. And here's another example, the support bot. A standard workflow bot is basically built as just a workflow that just sends every question to ChatGPT and replies. And an AI agent bot in this case would be a support bot built as an agent that checks the tone, the urgency, and maybe even context for past messages and decides whether to respond, escalate, or route the conversation elsewhere. And the key takeaway that you should take from this is basically a workflow is a fixed recipe, while an AI agent is the chef who adjusts when ingredients change. So why do we need AI agents in the first place? Well, there's the hype and then there's the reality. Every single week there's something new happening in the AI space. There's new agentic tools, there's new softwares coming out. And here's what that causes, because there's a real dilemma in the business owner space right now. If you have been speaking with business owners, or you've been taking sales calls with business owners, because everyone keeps shouting, you need AI agents, but most of the time you do not. Because I've looked at a lot of business processes in my work at Fiction AI, which is my agency, and to be honest, 90% of businesses don't need it. A well-structured automation can handle what they need perfectly. The hype makes everyone overcomplicate simple processes. But there's an exception. For that 10% of cases where you do need adaptive reasoning, AI agents change everything, and that is where they shine. Because what AI agents handle that workflows can't, in this example, complex decisions, they handle stuff that breaks normal workflows, like ambiguous situations. Another thing is uncertain data. They can interpret messy or incomplete information. A workflow has to take strict inputs, but an AI agent can take anything as an input and multiple possible paths. They choose the best route, not just the only route provided to them. So for that 10%, AI agents can automatically detect problems, reroute tasks, and even learn how to make better decisions over time. So now, when do you use them? And that's exactly what this guide is for, helping you identify when to bring AI agents into your automation stack, and not just knowing when, but also knowing how to do it the right way. So now, let's make it real. We'll head over to N8N to compare two examples side by side. First of all will be an AI calendar agent, and second of all will be a lead generation workflow. And this will help you clearly see the two differences between the traditional automation and true autonomous reasoning. So we are here in our N8N workflow. You can see two workflows here. You can see a normal workflow and you can see an agentic workflow here. So we're going to start with the normal workflow. So what this workflow does in simple terms is that it basically scrapes businesses from Google My Business using API, so that it loops over each business, and for each business it loops over, it scrapes their website. Then it goes through the HTML that is scraped and searches for the social media profiles and stuff like that. After that, it puts everything together, and once it's done looping, it converts everything into a presentable format, which could be a CSV, and sends it back. So this workflow is fast and automated. It gets the job done and The cons of it is that it's linear and fixed, it follows steps exactly and cannot adapt to unexpected situations. So let's say, for example, what if it did not find any social media profiles, or what if the website restricts people from scraping the website? How is it gonna think outside the box and still get the job done? That is what we have an AI agent for. As you can see here, this is a bit of a different comparison, but this is an AI agent that books appointment basically. So you provide in your query, which could be, let's say, I want to book an appointment by 5 p.m. and it basically sets the time zone offset. So it basically converts the user time into, let's say, a UTC time. And then we have an appointment booking agent here, which has access to about 5 tools. You can see it gets booking information, it books appointment, it checks availability of that appointment that it wants to book, it cancels booking, and it also reschedules. So let's say it was linear, for example, and let's say I want to book an appointment by 5 p.m. This is the user query. And let's say in the calendar, there's an appointment by 5 p.m. So let's say it just has access to this tool, which is book appointment tool. And it goes ahead to book the appointment, which means there will be a double booking, which would cause errors in production. So we want to avoid that. So we make an agentic workflow, which can reason on its own. So what it's going to do, or what it has been instructed to do here in the prompt, if you see the prompt, will go deeper into how to prompt an AI agent, but you can see the prompt here. It's quite in-depth. What we asked, or should I say, what we trained the AI agent to do based off the prompt is that when we get a time, first of all, it checks the availability of that time. So it doesn't just go ahead and book the appointment. So if after it checks the availability, once the availability is confirmed, it books the appointment. If the availability is not confirmed, it responds back to the user and tells it, okay, the time that you chose is currently not available, but here are some other available time. And once the user responds back, it has context of the past conversation. So it's going to use that context and it's going to check again. And if it's available, it's going to book. So now let me give you another scenario. Let's say that user wants to reschedule their appointment. It still has context of the first two conversations, which is why an AI agent is very good compared to, let's say, a linear workflow like here, which doesn't have context of the past runs or conversation. So first of all, what it's going to do is that it's going to first check the availability of the new requested time. After that, it's going to reschedule the appointment using this tool. If it's not available, it's going to tell the user that it's not available and here a new time. So that is how the reschedule appointment tool works. Here's another final scenario. Let's say the user wants to, let's say, cancel or get their booking information. So first of all, they get their booking information and then they see that, okay, this is not really the appointment that I wanted to do and I would like to cancel it. So once it gets the booking information, the user is going to basically say, can you please cancel the appointment? Normally, when the AI agent doesn't have access to memory, it wouldn't know which appointment to cancel, but because this time it knows what booking we're talking about, it's just going to go ahead and cancel it. And what powers all this reasoning is this OpenAI chat model tool, or should I say this model, which you can select any model that you want to power this AI agent with. And the pros of running an agentic workflow is that smart, autonomous, and it makes decision-making automations, like you can see here. But like I said, only 10% of business processes apply to this. Most cases, you'll be better off using this. And there's an important tool that I'll show you later that makes this AI agent even more better, so it can even reason, just like how LLM reasoning models can reason, like O1, O2, O3. So yeah. So now, how do you prompt an AI agent? So here's the goal with autonomous agents when it comes to prompting. You want to make your AI agent understand its role, follows rule, and reason through task and act autonomously. This section teaches you how to build a reliable AI using structured prompts and ensuring your AI agent behaves exactly as you intend. Because it's quite typical that an AI agent, basically, you might give it a basic prompt and it acts as you do not intend it to act. And that is why most people say AI agents are not reliable. But yes, there's a truth to that. But then you'd have to first of all make sure that your prompt is extremely good, which is why we have this guide here. First of all, Markdown. Markdown is extremely important. It's not just for the looks, it's critical for structured reasoning of the AI agent. First of all, you want to distinguish elements, which helps the AI clearly distinguish between rules, tasks, conditions, and even examples. Another thing that Markdown helps is for parsing clearly. Proper formatting allows the agents to parse complex instructions without ambiguity. Another one is follows workflows. This enables the AI to follow complex and multi-step workflows reliably. And finally, so that it can act reliably. So it prevents the agent from misinterpreting tasks and acting incorrectly. So now, the first step, defining the role, which is the persona of the AI agent. So without a clear role, outputs can be vague, inconsistent, or miss the desired tone that you're looking to achieve. And here's a solution. You assign a specific persona using the bold text markdown to highlight the agent's type of role. So you can use this, which is basically heading 2 or heading 3, to separate layers of prompts, and this helps the AI agent understand the structure. And an example could be, here's a persona, a calendar assistant. Let's say you're a calendar assistant that manages scheduling, reminders, and conflicts efficiently. Another one could be your lead generation AI agent that finds qualified leads and organizes them in a CRM-friendly format. That is a persona. I'll show you a practical guide to applying all of this easier. So second of all, setting the guidelines and rules. Here's the problem with AI agents. AI agents can make mistakes or act outside of their expectation. And here's a solution with that. So we provide clear, explicit rules in a list format, which would basically be in a bullet point format. And all we tell it to do, for example, could be, okay, always double check for conflicting events, or respond in a friendly and concise tone, or flag uncertain data instead of guessing. And finally, log all actions for accountability. Here's the markdown tip. So lists help the AI agent distinguish multiple instructions and follow them accurately. And how you achieve this is basically by running the AI agent multiple times and seeing where it falls back, or should I say where it's not meeting your expectations. So where it's not meeting your expectations, you can basically add a guideline, or should I say a rule, that would help the AI agent not fall below those expectations. So it's all a feedback loop. The more you run your AI agent, the more you test it, the better it gets. So it's not just going to be the creme de la creme, the best AI agent, the first draft. You have to improve the prompt iteratively. So now, assigning a task, which is quite important. Actually, I would say it's even one of the most important. An example here with an AI agent that schedules meeting. A task for it could be to find available times, manage invites, and handle conflicts. Another one for lead extraction could be to collect and categorize leads from websites or documents. And finally, for the email summarization could be to read emails, highlight key action items, or summary. So now, the conditional logic, which is a continuation of the task, which is step 2 that I just showed you. So, going back to the calendar agent example, so you're basically giving a conditional logic in the sense of if-else statement. So if a requested meeting conflicts, suggest alternative slots. So you don't just let it go on its own. So let's say if a requested meeting conflict, it doesn't even know what to do. But here you're basically pushing it in a direction. You're not telling it what to do specifically, but you're pushing it in a direction, because if you push an AI in the right direction, it's more likely to do what you expect it to do. So you can see here, we're pushing it in a direction. We're telling it, okay, to suggest alternative slots. Another example could be if Zoom is required. It basically generates a link and attaches it. So you see, we're pushing it in that direction. And another one could be if a user cancels. So what it does is that it removes the user from that meeting and it notifies participant. So you see, we're pushing it in a direction. Another one could be with a lead gen agent. So let's say a lead is missing contact info. So what the AI agent would do would be, it would flag and tag that particular lead needs a follow-up. Another one could be if the lead is a high priority. So it adds that need to the CRM and then it sends a notification. All this can be done using tool. So, and finally, one could be if the need is a duplicate. So we merge the need and then we log that action that, okay, this lead was a duplicate, and then we merge them into one. So I hope you understand it. As I've said, I will show you a bit more practical example of prompting so that you would gain a bit of more better understanding. But this is just to give you the fundamentals of what makes a prompt for an AI agent. This is extremely important. So the problem with AI is that without examples, it's hard for an AI to understand how to reason correctly. So what we do is that we provide few short examples showing the entire process from input to action, and this format is golden. But before we get into the format, few short examples is even how the LLM models are trained in the first place. You give it an input, and then you give the AI an output, and then it learns based on those two pairs, and that is even how you fine-tune agent. And here's the format that we use. So we first give an example of a user input, then we give an example of how we would reason on our own. Then thirdly, we tell the AI agents, or should I say, based on the reasoning and the user input, we give it the course of actions to take. So it's just basically like decoding how you actually think, just writing it down in a structured format and providing it to an AI agent. So that is basically how you prompt an AI agent. And the markdown tip for this is that you should always use heading, bold labels, and inline code to keep examples structured and readable for the AI agent. As I've said, I'll show you how all of that comes into play in a practical guide. So now here's an example of a conditional logic. So let's see, here's a calendar agent, and here is one of the use cases, a new meeting request. A user input could be, okay, schedule a meeting with John at 3 p.m. And the reasoning is that 3 p.m. conflicts with another meeting, so suggest the next available slot. So the agent action will be check calendar, propose 4 p.m. as an alternative, schedule if true. So another use case could be cancellation. The user input is like, cancel my 2 p.m. meeting with Sarah. And the AI reason will be identify meetings in my calendar first of all, then notify participants of cancellation. Then an action that it would take is that remove events from calendar and notify the participants of the cancellation. Another one for a lead generation agent. First of all, the user input is finding leads from an XYZ website. The reasoning would be, okay, identify target pages, the pages that you're more likely to find lead. Extract relevant info and categorize them based on email or industry. And the actions will be to use a web scraper to collect needs and populate the CRM and log actions. So the AI agent in this case could have 3 tools that it has access to. It has a web scraper tool, it has the CRM tool, and then it has the log actions tool. So we'd use the web scraper tool first of all to collect the leads. When it has collected the leads and the tool has responded back, it's going to populate it in the CRM. Then finally, it's going to log the action. So that is basically how it works, logic-wise. And now we have another use case, incomplete data for the lead gen agent. Let's say the user input was add John Doe, but an email was missing and you need an email in order to add that particular person, let's say, to your CRM. So the reasoning will be the data is incomplete and you need to follow up. And the actions I need to take is that add lead with needs follow-up tag in the CRM and schedule a reminder to gather more info from that need. Now, the results of all of this. What this gives you is a reliable AI agent, because by structuring prompts with headings, bold text, list, inline code, and clear examples, the AI can now correctly read instructions, reason through tasks, and execute actions reliably. And this framework trains the agent to handle complex and multi-action workflow. And here is basically the template that I've been telling you about. So if you were to open this, I'm going to provide this in the Builders Lab community, which is the first link in the description below. And you can see the prompt, basically the prompt template that you can copy and use. So you can see you are a type of agent responsible for the primary purpose that the agent has to take. And then we have the guidelines, which you would normally get after running the agent multiple times. Then we have the task, which is basically describing the task you want the AI agent to perform, which is going more deeper into the primary focus. Then we have the conditional instruction, which is basically going deeper into the primary purpose. Then we have the conditional instruction, which is basically teaching your AI how to handle different edge cases that it might come up against, and making sure it meets your expectations when those edge cases come. So we provide, if this edge case happens, do this. If this edge case happens, do this. And then we go a bit deeper into that by providing it with actual examples of how to handle those edge cases, but not just providing examples, but showing it the reasoning process and the actions that it should take. And you can see here for the markdown, we provided with heading 2 here for all of the 5 main categories, which is role, guidelines, tasks, conditional instructions, and example layer. And you can see here we're also using the inline code formatting for the edge cases. You can see here. So it just makes the AI agent be able to read and understand the prompts better. I'll show you an actual prompt which would put this more into like a retrospect understanding for you. So now in order for me to show you this, so we're going to go back to this workflow that I just showed you before, and we're going to grab the prompt of the AI agent. We're going to use Stack Edit. I recommend this tool for basically writing your prompts because it makes it very, very easy for you. You can actually see it here in a well-structured format if you want to read it. And I'm going to provide access to it in the same page where you can get access to the prompting guide in the community. So by just clicking on this, you're going to get access to it. And you can see here, I broke down the prompt in the 5 categories. We have the role here, we have the guidelines, we have the task, we have the conditional instructions, then we have the example layer. But before we get into that, let me quickly show you the tools that this AI agent has access to. You can see there is the get booking information tool, there's the book appointment tool, check availability tool, cancel booking tool, and reschedule appointment tool. So this is just going to give you a bit more context when you're going deep into this part. So you can see for the role here, it basically tells you your own class appointment booking specialist. So just making sure we're giving the persona of the best persona that I could have, and you're responsible for, you can see that the primary purpose for managing all appointment related requests with precision and structure. You can only perform 5 specific roles: get booking information, booking an appointment, checking availability, and canceling a booking, and also rescheduling booking using the corresponding tools and task protocol. I also provided with guidelines, and these guidelines, we basically lent all of these guidelines, or should I say we derived all of these guidelines by running the agents multiple times. You can see the first guideline is communicate in a conversational tone, but always organize responses clearly and systematically. You can see use contextual time using, you can see we provided here with a JavaScript inline code to interpret user requested booking in ISO format. So we take the user's time and we convert it into ISO format. And for the third guideline is that we tell it that it's strictly limited to the 5 defined rules and tasks. If asked beyond them, inform the user that you can only perform those. So we are limiting the AI agent, which is extremely good too as well. And for the fourth one is always ask clarifying questions when the request is unclear, so that it doesn't go and make a mistake. And also when greeted with hello, introduce yourself as the appointment booking agent, because sometimes it uses text hello. So this we also derive from running the agent multiple times, and each role requires user details, email, date, and time. Once all details are provided, execute immediately without redundant confirmation. This also we derived it from running the agent multiple times. And also find and maintain exceptional accuracy and structure. Your professional reputation depends on flawless execution. So by putting the reputation of the persona on the line, the AI agent surprisingly performs better. And then here we have the task. We are providing them with 5 tasks. which is basically the fifth. So you can get booking information, which is basically retrieve existing booking details using email address, or book appointment, or check availability, or cancel booking, or reschedule booking. So each role has a dedicated tool and step-by-step execution method. So you can see here the conditional instructions for all the 5 edge cases. So you can see, if get booking information, use the get booking tool, request for the user's email, validate that the email must include at and domain, so that we would be able to get the user's booking information from our database, and if valid, run the get booking tool with the attendee email, and then present the retrieved data in a consistent structured manner. So you can see this one of the edge cases, and we repeat the same for the second, third, fourth, and fifth. And now we have the example layer. Now we're actually providing them with real user data so that you can actually perform in production. Here, and here's the user input, which says, can you check if I have a booking on the John Smith? And the reason is that the user wants to get booking details, which requires the email validation. So we basically run it through the email validation, and then after that we run the booking tool. So first of all, it validates if the email is correct. If it's correct, it proceeds with the next step. If it's not correct, it prompts the user to make sure that it's to provide it in the right format. And then we run the get booking tool with the attendee email being John Smith, and then retrieve and present the results. And you can see here we do it with the second example tool as well. So with this prompt example, basically gives and makes sure our AI agent performs as we expected it and intended it to be. And once you're done writing your prompt, you can basically just copy it here and just paste it back. This workflow here. Voila. That is basically how you prompt an AI agent. And how we're going to test this is just by using the conversational feature. But if you're going to go in depth, you can add memory and tools like I have said. So all you do is connect it up with the chat model. You can see you can connect it up with the Anthropic models, Azure models, the DeepSeek models. You can see most are available. All we're going to do is that we're going to choose the Open Router, because Open Router, it's a software that gives you a unified interface for accessing almost all LLMs, and the interface is like unified. So like the endpoint is always similar. All you have to do is just create an account, fund that account, and you can access multiple LLM. So you don't have to create separate accounts for, let's say, if you're going to use the Gemini 2.5 Pro, you're going to need to create a Google account. If you're going to use the GPT-5, you're going to create an OpenAI account. If you're going to use the Cloud Sonnet 4.5, you need to create an Anthropic account. You can see it gets quite complicated. So what this software does is that it helps you create an all-in-one account. Basically, you can access any API you want through the endpoint. And if we were to go to their models, you can see that this is quite endless. But what we're going to choose is going to choose a GPT-5, and when I tell it to do is that, well, basically summarize this lead data row, and provide with the lead data we get, and then if we were to execute the step, just gonna give it some time, because when you're making API requests to LLM models, it takes quite some time, because normally with ChatGPT, it doesn't just give you the output instant. It takes some time. So you can see here, just summarize that. I basically gave us names, this, lead scoring, and everything, prioritizing, follow-up, and stuff like that. Just normally how you would speak with ChatGPT. And you can add the memory by basically clicking at simple memory and choosing the session of the conversation, and also adding how many of the past conversations should be included for memory, so that the AI agent can have context of the past things that were said in the conversation. And you can also add other memory softwares like Redis, Postgres, MongoDB, and stuff like that. But for the basics, you just want to stick with the simple memory. Basically what N8N gives you. It's quite simple to use, and it gets most of your job done, so you don't need to use any of that. So you can see tools here. Just think of tools as actions the AI agent can do, basically. And that's what basically makes it an AI agent. It can call other N8N workflows, so it can basically execute another N8N workflow on its behalf, basically, or should I say on your behalf. And you can also add vector stores for creating a RAG pipeline, which is basically training an AI model on, let's say, your company docs and stuff like that. That's not just it for AI agents, there's more. As I told you, this is a masterclass. So with AI agents, there are different frameworks you can use depending on the task or what you're looking to achieve. So we're going to go in depth into the 6 different agentic frameworks. And you can see here, it's quite a lot. And credits to N8N, because the reason the workflows he built here to give you a quick explanation of how each framework works. So starting first with the normal agent framework. So basically a normal agent is a single agent with access to tools like I just showed you previously. It handles everything itself, like reading emails, creating content, or updating the calendars. Simple, but sometimes it can get overwhelmed if tasks or tools get complex. And what you can see here, I basically explained this AI agent in the previous section. You can see it has access to tools, but if I was to add like 10 tools to this, it would get overwhelmed and it's more likely to be inaccurate and not get to our expectations or what we intended for it to do. And when tasks are simple, for example, like this one, a normal agent works fine. But what if the workflow has multiple specialized tasks? And that is where the multi-agent system comes into play. So the multi-agent framework. The multi-agent system has a parent agent, which is the orchestrator, that delegates tasks to child agents, each specialized in a specific function of its own. And the parent just decides who does what and gathers the response. You can see here, this is the orchestrator, this is the parent agent, and there are 4 personalized sub-agents, or should I say child agents. You can see this calendar agent that we have here, which is a single agent, could be a sub-agent in a multi-agent system. There's an email agent, there's a contact agent, and there's a content creator agent. So you can see this agent is an ultimate assistant which can do 4 different tasks on 4 different domains, which first of all, you can see this one has access to your email. It can send email, it can reply to your emails, it can label your emails, it can create drafts, and it can get access to any email that you'd like it to do. And you can see this calendar, it can update events, delete events, get events, or even create an event. And you can see this contact agent, it basically gets the contact from your database. And finally, you have a content creator agent which can create content for you. So you can see this is quite diverse. And you should only use this when you're creating an ultimate assistant, like in this case, and you're assigning it with different tasks across different domains. Because if you were to give this agent all of these tools instead of giving it sub-agents as tools, it's definitely gonna make mistakes in production. So that is basically how the multi-agent framework works. So now this is great for complex tasks, but sometimes workflows are linear, where outputs naturally feed into the next step, and that is where prompt chaining comes into play. And this is the prompt chaining agentic framework. And the prompt chaining basically passes the output of one agent to the next agent in sequence, and each agent handles a specific step like outline, evaluator, or blog writing. And this basically improves the accuracy, specialization, and makes it easier for debugging. So we're basically taking 2 paradigms here, if you can, and if you've been focusing on this video. The 2 paradigms are, we are taking the best of the best from the workflow side of things and the best of the best from the agentic side of things. So you can see we're basically prompt chaining and linking up the agents back and forth, just in a linear manner like we would do in a normal workflow, but we're giving it agentic capability. So this is an outline agent which basically writes the outline, and then we have the evaluation which basically evaluates the outline that this as done. And then finally, we have the blog writer, which based on the outline and the evaluation, it writes a blog. And then after that, it puts everything in the doc. So that's basically how the prompt chain works. We're taking the best from the two paradigms, the workflow and agentic, and we're putting it to one. So now, linear sequences are good, but not all tasks are sequential. Some tasks need dynamic routing based on the type of input, and that is where routing frameworks are useful. So the routing agentic framework, which you can see here, and the routing agentic framework basically classify incoming requests and sends them to correct agent or workflow. For example, emails can be classified as a customer support, finance, or promotion, and routed the right persona, the right agentic, the right agent persona, which makes it efficient, modular, and extremely scalable. So you can see here we have an email trigger and an email classifier, which basically classifies the emails based on 4 categories. There's the high priority, there's the customer support, promotion, or finance billing. So an email could be an extremely high priority, or a customer support related email, or a promotion email, or a finance and billing related email. And then based on what this agent classified the email as, it basically first adds a label to that email, and then it gives it to its specialized agent for each purpose, so that it can basically reply the person to its best ability. Because if you give an agent multiple tasks to do or different personas, it's definitely not going to meet your expectations in production, and it's more likely to fail. So you can see here, this agent is trained on high priority, and this agent also is trained on customer support, promotion agent, and also finance. And once it's done, it drafts up an email and sends a message on Telegram that has drafted a message for you. So that is basically how the routing agent works. And routing handles the task selection extremely well. But some workflows need multiple analysis at once, and for that is why we use parallelization. So parallelization agentic framework, which you can see here, and parallelization basically runs multiple agents simultaneously, each analyzing a different aspect of the input. For example, one agent analyzes the emotion of the user message, and another one analyzes the intent, and another one analyzes the bias. So you can see we're looking from different perspectives. And then a final agent basically aggregates the results, making it faster, specialized, and reduces latency. So in retrospect, we could actually apply this use case to the prompt chaining agent. We can use the bias, intent, and the other one, which is emotion, all in a linear format, but that would be extremely slow. So we want to make it fast. So that is why we use this parallelization agent framework, where the input of the last agent is not dependent on the results, or should I say the input of the previous agent, or should I say the next agent doesn't actually depend on the output of the previous agent. So this is where we could use the parallelization agent. You can see we route it into 3 different agents. We have the emotion agent, intent agent, and then the bias agent. And once it's done, we basically merge it and aggregate it, and then provide it to the final agent. And the final agent basically looks at all of these 3 different angles and comes up to a conclusion, and basically puts that into a Google Doc. So that is basically how the parallelization works. And parallelization improves speed a lot. So it basically runs 3 different tasks in the same amount of time. One task could be done. Why I say it improves speed and specialization. But how do we ensure quality? And that is where the 6th and final framework comes into play, which is the evaluator optimizer framework. So now, the evaluator optimizer framework basically creates a feedback loop. You remember how I was telling you about how you basically add guidelines here? but then you have to add it. But in order for you to add guidelines, you have to make sure you run the agent multiple times so that you can see how it performs, and then edit the prompt a bit so that you can make sure it performs better when that error use case happens. So that is how the evaluator, or should I say an optimizer agent framework works. And as I've said, what it does is that it creates a loop. The evaluator agent first of all checks if the output meets the criteria, which is basically your expectations of the AI agent. If it doesn't meet the expectations, it sends feedback to the optimizer agent, which improves output. And then the loop continues until the output is good enough. And this ensures high quality results and automatically without human review. So normally in most agentic workflows is that you would add a human in the loop, but we'll not be going into that today. If you'd like, I can create another video for that, but that is why we add a human in the loop. But in this case, we use AI to replicate that human in the loop feature, and we make sure that there's actually quality assurance in the output of our AI agent, which makes sure the AI agents are actually hitting our expectations most of the time. So you can see here we have a biography agent, which is basically what the agent normally does. Then we have an evaluator agent, which basically checks and evaluates the output of this biography agent. And based on the expectations that we set in the evaluator, it basically determines if it has met the expectations, or should I say the quality control result. And if yes, it basically pushes it into the rule doc and it's done. But if it's not done, we take it into the optimizer agent, and what it does is that it basically improves the output of this biography agent to make sure it meets the quality control metric, which is the expectation that we're looking for it to achieve. So once we pass it back here, we set it here, which we set the bio output, and then the evaluator agent checks, and if yes, it pushes. If not, it keeps on looping. And that is basically how the evaluator optimizer agent framework works. So now, here are the 5 practical tips for better agentic workflows. So first of all, specialize your agents. Make it have a focused purpose by assigning clear roles like email handler, content creator, or calendar manager. This makes it easier for you to debug, and also it improves your accuracy because narrow responsibilities prevents the AI agent from confusion like a specialist in basic. So, second one, use model flexibility wisely. You should know when you should use a lightweight model like GPT-5 mini or a powerful model like O3, O4 or GPT-5 Pro. So always use the lightweight models for simple repetitive tasks like data formatting, basic routing, and this keeps costs low and speed extremely high. As I said, we're all optimizing for efficiency. And now, when should you use the powerful model? Reserve this for reasoning intensive or quality critical tasks like final content generation or complex decision. So now, the third one, you should always leverage reusable component, which basically means build ones and use it everywhere. And this basically means like treat reliable sub-agents or sub-workflows as tools for your AI agent. Plug them into new and larger orchestrators instead of rebuilding, and this saves you a lot of time and shows consistency and helps you scale. Think of them as Lego blocks for your AI systems. So whenever you need, let's say, a calendar agent, you can plug in your calendar agent as a tool to, let's say, your main agent, or let's say you have a lead generation linear workflow, a agentic one, you can plug it as a tool to your main AI agent. So you see, it makes the building way easier and faster. And also make sure to always monitor and debug effectively. Always track prompt changes and performance over time. So let's say for making your guidelines for your AI agent, let's say you ran and then you saw that, okay, this AI agent didn't handle this use case as I expected to handle. So what you will do is basically change that prompt and reuse the evaluation nodes, which I have a video that basically explains how to run the evaluation, and basically track the performance. Did the agent actually improve? If not, improve the prompt again. Then, as I said, use the evaluation node to automatically assess output quality and review logs to see how the agents communicate and make performance decisions. And this insight is key to refining and troubleshooting. So now, the game changer, which is what I've been telling you to hold on for, which is give your agents the ability to think. This is the most powerful tip because it allows standard LLMs like GPT-5 Mini, GPT-5 to reason, plan, and make smarter decisions by integrating a thinking tool. You dramatically improve your workflow's accuracy and adaptability by just adding this. And let me show you how you can add that. So let's go to one of our workflows here. Go to this appointment booking agent. Just search think tool. Get to here, we just added thinking capabilities in this AI agent. And you can see if you open the prompt here, the default prompt is that it just basically says use the tool to think about something. It will not obtain new information or change the database, but just to append the thought to the log. Use it when complex reasoning or some cached memory is needed. So this basically just thinks and provides it to the log, and then this main AI agent just looks at the log and okay, the thinking tool thought about this too as well. So, and I'm going to include what it thought into my consideration for my final output. So that is basically how you add the thinking tool to your AI agent. So now you understand what an AI agent is. It can think, it can decide, it can use tools. And also the tools are most likely going to be the services that you use, the softwares that you use. But if you can't connect to the services safely, it's just going to be useless because you're going to end up getting hacked or maybe get your credentials exposed, and we don't want any of that. So what I'm going to show you now is credentials, which is extremely important. So as said by N8N themselves, credentials are private pieces of information issued by apps and services to authenticate you as a user and allow you to connect and share information within the app or service and the N8N node, which is in most cases the HTTP request. And you can access the credentials UI by going to your N8N website, then go to personal. If you go to personal, just click on credentials and you would find your credentials here. And in N8N, there are two types of credentials. There are the predefined credential type, which if you go here, you can find them here. And these are typically provided by N8N themselves, so which means it is natively supported by N8N. And the second credential type is the generic credential type. This credential type is free custom, and the case where you would be using this is if the predefined credential type you would like to use is not available or provided by N8N for the software that you'd like to make an API call to. So if it's not supported, all you have to do is go to generic and create your own custom one, which I would be showing you later in this video how to do that step by step and in a secure and private manner. So now that you know the key differences between the predefined credential type and the generic credential type, we'll be going in depth more into the generic credential type, because the credential type has different authentication types that we can go into. We'll go into how to explain it for you in simple terms so that you can understand it, the logic behind it, and also examples of how to set it up in a private and secure manner. Starting with the first one, which is the basic auth. So if you go to generic, we click on basic. We can find it here, and let's create a new one. So how I want you to think of the basic auth is that it takes your username and password, puts it together, encodes it into base64, and uses that authentication in your HTTP request. But whenever using a basic auth, make sure it is a HTTPS request for security reasons. Think of the basic auth like this in simple terms. Think of a locked door that needs a key. Your username is the label on the key, and your password is the secret part. You send them together as the secret code, which is a base64, and the server basically checks, does this key match my locks or one of my locks? If yes, basically it means you're in. That is basically how it works. Let me quickly show you an example of how to set it up. So you have a username here, which you can copy, which is paste it here. And then you have a password, which you can copy here. Just paste that here and also name it into an identifiable name that you can quickly remember. So let's put basic, or let's just ignore captcha and just save it. Up next, we have the bearer of. So I want you to think of the bearer authentication as it's an access token, for example. It's an access token sent in the authorization header. The server basically validates the token and grants access. Like no username and password is sent in each request, for example, with the basic auth, and it's commonly used in OAuth 2 APIs. And a simple explanation for you to understand would be like, imagine it's like a magic token that proves you already have permission. So instead of showing your username / password every time, you just have to flash the token and the server looks at the token and says, yep, you're allowed. And a quick way to set it up could just be, let's say this is your token, you copy it. All you have to do is come here. So the way that you can identify a bearer authentication token is that at the end of the token it starts with bearer. So if it has that, it basically means it's a bearer authentication token, and all you have to do is just copy the token itself. You don't need to copy the bearer because N8N fills that out for you. Once you do that, just click on save. And if you might be confused about what the bearer authentication is, if you've made a request using the bearer authentication before, you might see the instructions in the API saying, okay, put this in the header, then in the value put bearer, then you put your token here behind. What this does is that it just goes ahead and just sends this instead of you having to do this all the time. And as you can see, your API is safe and secure. It's not visible, so whenever you're gonna, let's say for example, download this workflow, your API will not be included as that is saved on your N8N account, not the workflow itself. Up next, we have the custom auth, which you can do by going here. In technical terms, basically the custom authentication allows you to define your own authentication mechanism. You can send credentials through headers, query parameters, or request body in any format required by the API. And in simple terms, some does have funny locks, as you may know. So you don't use a key or a token. Custom auth basically just lets you create your own secret message so that the server will recognize you. This is not widely used, to be honest, but if you, let's say, create your own API where you would like to implement this is basically how that works. And a way for you to set it up is basically by just going over here, just get this, set it up here, just paste set. This would be your secret key region, simple as that. That is your bearer. Wait on sec, sorry. That is basically your custom auth. Up next, we have, I believe, which is the digest auth. The digest auth is similar to the basic auth, but it's a more secure type of an authentication because the server sends a nonce, which is a random string. The client combines it with a username and the password to create a hash, basically. So it combines three different things. So the server sends a nonce, which is like a random string, and it combines it with the username and the password to create a hash. The hash is then sent to the server, which verifies it, so the actual password is never transmitted. And in simple terms, just think of the digest auth as like a magic puzzle block. You never give the server your real password. Instead, the server sends a puzzle, you solve it using your password, and then the server checks if the puzzle has been solved correctly. If yes, you are allowed in. And the way to set it up is exactly the same as you would set up a basic auth. So you get your username, paste it here, and just get your password and save it here. Just make sure it's saved. So unlike the basic auth, you don't need to always use the HTTPS when making requests using this authentication type. You can use a HTTP request, but it's always recommended to always use a HTTPS request. We have what we call, I believe, the header auth. So the header auth is kind of similar. It's not completely similar to the bearer authentication, but the way you set it up is similar. So in technical terms, basically,
The header authentication sends one or more custom headers with each request, and the API checks these headers to validate the client identity. And in simple terms, just think of the header auth like carrying an ID card in your hand every time you enter, and the ID card has your secret key. Every request shows the card, and the server checks if the key is valid. So that is basically how that works in simple terms. And for you to set it up, all you have to do is, let's get this example here. Let's paste one here and paste this one here. So that is basically it, and just save it. And if you were to do this, you would have to first click on the header, put your value here, and get the key to as well, which is this one, and just paste it here. That is how we would normally do it, but for a more secure manner, so that your keys are not exposed when you download this JSON workflow. For example, if you want to share it, you can use this generic authentication and choose the header auth. I would always recommend this rather than do it this. So after that, we have the OAuth 1. So OAuth 1, in technical terms, just think of it like, okay, OAuth uses a consumer key secret and access token secret to sign requests cryptographically, and the signature ensures that the request is valid without sending any passwords in between the seller requests. And it's widely used in APIs like Twitter, stuff like that. And in simple terms, just think of OAuth 1 like sending a signed letter. So instead of giving your password away, you basically have a special pen and stamp that you sign the letter and send it over across to the server, and then the server basically checks the signature. If the signature is correct, access is granted, and you can do whatever the request that you wanted to do. And the way to set it up is that you first need an authorization URL, you need an access token URL, consumer key, secret key, a request token URL. As you can see, this isn't widely used, but if you were to use it most of the time, you would know how to set it up. After the OAuth 1, we have OAuth 2, which in technical terms, OAuth 2 uses a client ID and secrets to request the access token from the authorization server. The token is then sent in the authorization header for the API request, and often supports token refresh to avoid re-authentication. And in simple terms, just think of it like getting a VIP pass. First, you show your ID, which is the client ID or the secret, to get a temporary pass, which is the access token, and then you can use the VIP pass to go in and out without showing your ID every single time. And this is also the same as of the OAuth 2, which to set it up, you can see it's quite detailed, and in most cases it's not widely used. And if you were to use this, it's more likely that you built the API yourself, you would like to use this yourself. So that is how the OAuth 2 works. The last and final one is the query authentication. This is very common. So in technical terms, this query authentication basically sends the credentials, query parameters in the HTTP request URL, and the server validates the key value pair in the URL to allow access. And in simple terms, just think of the query of like writing a secret code to on your request letter, and then the server reads the code from the URL and decides if you are allowed in. And you've probably used a query auth if you're watching this video. So just think of it like this. So normally how you would set it up, let's say there's a random link here, and then at the end of the link there would be this, and then there will be this is equals to API. So it will be like this at the end of the link. And if you wouldn't like to set it up like this, another option that you could choose to do is by going to send query parameter, sending the value here, and sending the value here, putting the key of the value here too as well. So this is another way that you could set it up, but both of these ways are a bit insecure because, as I've said, if you were to download this N8N workflow and send it to somebody, if you haven't removed your values, which are your priorities, they would have access to your keys, so which is not secure. And a more secure way of doing the query authentication is by choosing the generic authentication type query auth and creating your own credential. You should put the value here, which is your private access token. Just paste it here, and then with the API underscore key here as the name. The name is basically the key. You can find that in the specific API recommendations that the API you are going to use, so you can find that there. So once you set it up here, just click on save, and that is a more robust and secure manner of setting this up. That's some best practices I would 100% recommend. So first of all, always use HTTPS to protect your credentials. So I might have said HTTPS a lot. What is HTTPS? So this HTTPS, just think of, you can see this link, for example, here is HTTP. All you have to do is HTTPS at the end. It basically turns it into HTTPS request. So this is not HTTPS, this is HTTPS. So always make sure that you are sending your request in HTTPS to protect your credential. After that, prefer OAuth or bearer tokens over the basic auth when possible. I don't even recommend using the basic auth in the first place. If you have to use the basic auth, use the digest auth. The third one is also never hard code credentials into your workflows. Always use the N8N credentials. As I've told you, if you were to download your N8N workflow, your secret tokens, your API keys would get exposed, and if you were to send it to somebody, they would have access to your API keys and they can use that. So always use the N8N credential. The fourth one is test credentials before running the workflow. So always test the node, the HTTP node. Make sure that everybody does this, but it's just a reminder to always test it out and make sure it works with either the predefined or the generic credential types that you've set up. The fifth one is always keep credentials scoped only what you need. So for the API keys, let's say for the platforms that allow you to select your scope, let's say in their platform before you generate your API key, always select the scopes that you need in case, let's say, the API key gets exposed, which should never happen if you have this N8N credential, or should I say the likeliness of that happening is almost 0%. So always select the scope if they give you an option to do that. The last and final one is avoid sharing credentials across multiple environments carelessly. So let me give you a quick example. Let's say you use OpenAI N8N, you use it on make.com and you also use it on Zapier. N8N gives you an access token. What I would recommend, and what this means, is that always create 3 separate access tokens for each platform. So you'll have one for N8N, one for Zapier, and for make.com. So if, let's say, the breach on which the likeliness of that happening is 0, but just to be safe and secure, or let's say in one of your workflows you mistakenly didn't use the generic or the predefined authentication, you just put it directly into the HTTP node and you downloaded the workflow, which means if you were going to share it, somebody would have access to your access tokens, which means that they would just have access to your N8N access token and they wouldn't have access to your make.com access token and your Zapier access token, which means it saves you a lot of headache because you do not have to go across all your workflows or all your automations in N8N and Zapier and have to update them to the newer one basically.
At this point, your workflows are secure. They know who you are and they have permissions to act. Now comes the real power move, which is making your workflows talk to the internet, which means connecting your workflows to the real world. So let's show you how that works too as well.
You need to understand one key concept, because computers don't communicate using English. They use a universal language that is called JSON, and it's a way that they can read, understand, and respond to data online or on the internet. And JSON is just a flashy name for saying this sentence or this information will just be put into a structured format. And here's a quick example of how a JSON looks. This is basically an information of a person, his skills, his address, and his age, and also identifies if that person is a student. You see, we basically put this information into a structured format. You can see the name here, the age, if the person is a student, the skills, and finally the address. So that is basically how a JSON looks like. And in order for you to use this HTTP request, you need to understand this key concept. So let me quickly explain that to you. So in a JSON, there are two aspects to it. There's the key side and there's the value side. Think of the key side as the variable, and then the value side is basically the value of that variable. You can see variable name has a value of John Doe, and there are different ways that you can write a value. But for writing a key, it's always has to have this double quotes around it, around the name basically. For value, it depends on the type of value, because a value can be a string, it can be a number, or should I say an integer, it can be a boolean, which is true or false, or it can be an array, which you can see here, which is an array of skills, which is a string array of skills that you can see here. And the strings also have the double quotes. Then on top of that, we have objects. This you can see here is basically an object. The JSON itself is an object because it starts like this. This is basically how you can tell if what you're looking at is an object, and this is how you can tell if what you're looking at is an array. Sometimes we come across an array of objects where basically you might have more than one person. So just think of it like this. So if you were to copy this and let me add this here, and so you can see here there are 3 different people here. This is just the way that you structure data for the computer to understand, so that it can respond to you. So now for the string always has to have the double quote. When you're writing an integer, you don't need to add that. You just write in the number. And when you're writing a boolean, which is a true or false statement, it has to be in lower caps and no double quotes around it. However, if you're writing an array, or you want to put your information in an array, it depends on the type of the array, whether it's going to be a string array or it's going to be an integer array. But always and always, an array has to have the opening bracket and the closing bracket you can see here. And when you're writing an object, it's just the same way that you would write a JSON. So just think of it as a nested JSON inside the main JSON, or a nested JSON with a variable. So you can see address here, and this is the nested JSON, which has a key and a value, and the value is a string. The same for city and the same for country. So hopefully this makes you understand the binding principles of JSON, because if you make a mistake when, for example, for age you add double quotes, the computer, or should I say the API, would read it as a string rather than an integer. And also an important key factor is you always need to add the comma in between the items. So in each item, so a JSON is basically made up of items. Name is one item, age is another item, student is an item to as one. So in between each item, you need to add a comma, and the last item should not have any. And one thing I would recommend is when you're basically building up your JSON, you should use a JSON editor, something like this one, the JSON editor online.org, and it makes sure that your JSON is formatted the right way, because if it's not, it's going to break the API call. So that is basically the binding principles of a JSON. So now, how do you communicate using a JSON? So in simple way, just search the HTTP request node, yeah, in N8N. And the 2 things that you need to focus on, because if this is your first time seeing this, you're definitely going to get overwhelmed. But a simple trick to this is that just focus on these 2 things, the method and the URL. When thinking of the URL, just think of it as the address where you want to send the data to or receive the data from. For example, I have a URL here, which is an API example, basically URL I just made up, but it retrieves the users. So this address is for me to retrieve the user. When it comes to the methods, there are a lot of options, but the ones that you should focus on are these 4 methods. There's the get method, the delete method over here, the put method, and the post method. So in simple terms, what the get method is that you're telling the API that you want to retrieve information from wherever the address is. And the post method is basically saying, I want to deliver this information to this address instead of retrieving it. And the delete method is basically what you want to be deleted in the final address. So here's a quick analogy to help you understand what the delete method is like. So let's say you're rushing to the office. You need to throw away the bin, but you forgot to throw it away. But then your son or your daughter is still at home. On your way to the office, you give them a call and you basically tell them to help you throw the bin away, which means they are deleting an item from your house, which is the address. So hopefully that makes you understand a bit how the delete works. You're basically removing something from the database. You're instructing the API, please delete this from the database. That is basically how the delete works. And finally, the put. The put is not widely used, and mostly a post method is used in place of a put. But let me quickly explain what a put is. A put is basically, let's say you already have an existing information and you want to update it rather than adding it, like a fresh new information. You want to update that information. So what the put does is that it updates an existing information in that database or your address. So these 4 methods are basically how you communicate, or should I say the actions that you want an API to do. And make sure whenever you're making an API request, you're using the right and appropriate method, because if you choose the wrong method, it's going to do the wrong action, or in the first place it's not even going to work. So make sure you use the right method and you're using the right address, which is basically the URL. So now, how do we even send the data in the first place? Let's say we want to update something or add something into a database, or even tell the API that I want to delete something. Well, there are 2 ways to do it. First, we'll start with the query parameter. So let me quickly put in this URL here, and you can see there's quite a difference with the first URL that I gave you. And the difference is this part. And this part is where I call the query parameter, because you're adding additional information on top of the already existing URL, which is known as the address based on my explanations prior. So the query is just a way of sending additional information without using the body parameter. I'll explain that a bit later after this, but just think of it as a variable, which is a key, if you remember from the JSON explanation, and the value. So by this, we're basically just saying, okay, here's the query parameter, the address that we want to send the information to, and here is the information. We basically say, okay, age is 15 and country is US. So this can basically be a GET request, where maybe you want to fetch people in the database that are aged 15 and are from country United States. So hopefully that makes you understand how the query parameter works. But also, if you do not want to use this URL extension, what you can do is just enable send query parameter and just put in age as 15, add another one, country as US. So it's basically the same as this one here, and you can even delete this and use this one instead. So those are the 2 options you can use to send query parameters in N8N. And the query parameter is mostly used when doing a get request. But let's say now you want to do a post or put request. But as I've told you, a post request is more widely used. You use the body parameter instead of the query parameter, which I just explained. So just think of the body parameter as using JSON to send data over, like I explained how JSON works. I'll explain how it works in practical terms just in a little moment, but let me quickly explain how you can send information using the body. I told you you can use JSON, and over 90% of the APIs that you'll be using will be using JSON, but in some rare occurrences you can encounter APIs that use form data, and there are different ways that you can send this JSON. You can use it through the forms the same way that you enable the query parameter, or you can use JSON, which is the way I would recommend. And let me quickly show you. So let's copy this JSON. Let's paste it here. Let's open the expressions. Let's open it here. And this is basically an information that you would be sending, let's see, to the user's endpoint, which is the user's address. Just think of it as I said, the address. And let's say you want to add this user to the database. So you make a post request with the name of the person, which is John Doe, that has an age of 28 and is not a student and has skills comprising of Python, JavaScript, and SQL, with an address of 123 Main Street in Toronto, Canada. So if you want to make a post request, in most cases, you use a JSON like this one, and that is basically how you send an information over. And also, when the API responds back to you, it also sends you back a JSON too as well. So it just makes everything structured and predictable. So now, we know how to send a data, and you know the address to send it to. But there's a big red flag. It means that everybody can access that address, which is a big no-no, because everybody can access your database. And the way to counter that is using authentication. And there are two main types of authentication that you'll be coming across. But I made a specific video on N8N authentication and credentials and how to set them up in a more secure manner. If you want to take a deep dive into that, you can watch that video. It's in my channel. But the two main authentication types, there's one called headers and the query authentication. So when it comes to header, if you've played around with APIs, you've mostly seen this, where it basically is something like this. It has bearer, then your API key in front of it. And how you can basically set it up is by just toggling the send headers and using fields below, and basically just toggling this. By having this, you have authorization bearer, and then you basically put your API key here. And another way is basically the query authentication type, which you add the question mark, which basically signifies that everything after this is information that you're sending, which is data basically, not the address. So most of the time you see this, and then like this, then your API key would basically be here. So those two are the two main authentication types that you'll be coming across the most. But in N8N, they have implemented ways that you can set up authentication ASAP. One is the predefined credential type, which are basically credentials that have already been set up for the services that you would like to use. So let me quickly show you here. So here is a broad list of a lot of softwares you can see here, and they already provide you with a predefined framework that you can use to be easily set up your credentials, because some credentials are hard to set up. For example, the Google credentials or the Meta credentials. I've made videos on this, on how to set them up, if you're looking to do that too as well. But it just basically makes it more easier and simplified for you. So all you have to do is basically create that credential, add your API key, and N8N stores it for you, and it makes it reusable for you too as well, so that you can easily use this across all the workflows. The next one is known as the generic credential type, which I would recommend instead of adding your credential directly into the HTTP request node, or here, for example, because if you were to share this workflow here, by basically downloading it and sending it to somebody, they would have access to your API key, and that would be extremely bad because they can use your credits, your tokens, and stuff like that. So an easier way is basically just go into the authentication type. Let's say you want to set up a query auth. So you just do that and you create new credential, and then you put the value, which will be key. You would find it in the API documentation, which later on I'll be showing you how to read an API documentation like a pro. So then you put your API key here, and then you click on save, and whenever you want to use that credential, you can use it across different workflows. And if you were to share that particular workflow, nobody would have access to those API keys, or should I say nobody would have access to your API key. And if you were to set up, let's say, the header too as well here, you can go to bearer auth, click on here, and you can add your bearer token here. Simple and straight to the point. So now you know all the fundamentals that you need to set up an API request. We're missing one thing because not all APIs are the same. But thankfully, most of the softwares that you want to use their API, they provide us with a documentation. But reading a documentation is strictly, extremely for beginners, because sometimes even for reading a documentation still gives me some headache. But that is for some documentation that are so unstructured. But thankfully, I'll be explaining this to you using a structured documentation so that you can easily grasp how to read a documentation using a framework that I've built. You just need 4 things to easily skim through a documentation and understand how to set it up quickly. So I have a documentation here of OpenRouter. And for context, OpenRouter is basically a software where you can programmatically use models from different AI labs. So you do not need the OpenAI API to access the GPT models. You can just use the OpenRouter API to access that, and also give you access to not just the OpenAI models, but you can see here the Claude Sonnet model, the Gemini 3 model. So what we're going to do now, they basically use this API that they provide us to create a chat completion. And a chat completion is basically, imagine you're using ChatGPT and you send a message. That is a chat completion. So you just want to ask, let's say, the new Gemini 3 Pro model, what is 1 plus 1? So that is what we're going to do. So here's how you quickly skim through an API documentation or an API reference. First things first, you want to know the address, the URL of the API endpoint. You can see it here, which has the HTTPS, and that is how you identify one, and you paste it into your URL. Next thing, we want to get our method, and you can see here it's a post method, which means we're sending information to as well. So we make it a post, and next thing, we want to check the authentication type. You can see here it's a bearer authentication type, and what you would normally do is that you send headers, and then you put authorization, and then you put bearer, I've told you, and then you create API. Sorry, APIs, yeah, ignore my typing. But I wouldn't recommend doing that, as I've said, because if you were to share this workflow, the person would have access to your API, and that's extremely bad. So what you would do is basically just check if there's an existing credential type for the service that you're looking to use. Let's put here OpenRouter, and you can see here it exists. So it just makes it easier for us, and we can choose one here. However, if yours was not available in PDF, you can just go to generic and just choose the authentication type, which you can find here, which is the bearer, and just click on bearer and set create a new credential, put in your API key and save. You can just select it here, and that is basically how you set up the authentication. Next, the data that you want to send over, since it's a post request, we find it here. So you can see here there are different variables, or should I say different keys, that we need to send. The most important ones are the ones with the label required, because those ones are extremely important and non-negotiables when you're sending that data, because you need to include that. If not, the API request won't work. So you can see here, first one is the messages, is basically what the message would be in the chat completion. And if you were to open it here, you can see there are multiple objects. You could send object 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There are different types. So the first one is the system, which is basically the system prompt. And you can see here the user. Well, we'll just be using this one. So what we would do is basically just copy this here, A till Z, go back to N8N. Let's use the using JSON here and just paste it. We found that problem because we still haven't set up the API. And you can see for the role key, we want to put user, but and for the content, which is basically the message that you want to send, you can send either of the two. You can send a string or a list of objects, and objects could include a text, image URL, audio input audio, input video, and video URL. So we can provide it with different things, but this we just keep it simple and just provide it with a string, which is content of what is, well, just basically asking the AI what is 1 plus 1, a simple message. And next thing that we want to do, actually, let's try and make an API request, because you can see required here. This is the only one that is required, or sometimes there are some that you still need to include some even though they are not labeled as required. But let's make the request and see what happens. So let's execute, and you can see here we get a response on the API saying that no models were provided. So I've told you, some don't have the required label, but you still need to provide them. And you can see here, this is the models key. Now this is going to take us back into the JSON editor like I told you. And how you can do this is just, as I've told you, if there's another key that you want to add, in this case you want to add a comma, then put the name of the key, which is model in this case. Always add double quotes, then put this. And if we look at the API documentation, it says that it has to be a string. So we put in double quotes, and yeah. So now you need to find the name of the model. You can typically find this by most of the cases in the API documentation, but if it's not provided, you can find it in the software. So now we just copy the name of Gemini 3 here. I believe this should be sufficient enough. And let's go back to the editor, paste it, and let's clean up, or should I say, restructure the JSON, and just copy this, go back to N8N, paste it, and now let's make a request and see. As you can see, it's making the request now, and we just got a response. So let's go over to the JSON view. Let's copy this and let's go over to our JSON editor, and we can see here, you can see the ID of a request, the model that we used, the object is just chat.completion, and let's see the text. This is the reasoning details, because I believe it reasoned, but I just want to see the answer. Or is it just gonna provide us with just the reasoning details? Okay, so you can see here it just said, okay, evaluating the input. I've just finished analyzing, which is straightforward arithmetic. The core concept is simply, which is basically the thought process. What I'm looking for is explicitly the output, not the reasoning. Okay, so it seems like there's no output, so it's just the reasoning. So you can see here, we basically got our answer, which says it's equals to 2, which means our API request was done successfully. So now, this shortcut that I've been telling you about, and that shortcut is this CEO. So what you want to do is, once you come across an API documentation that you want to use, change the preview to CEO, copy this, go back to your N8N, and N8N has a thing called import CE URL, and just paste it and click on import, and look, it has just pre-filled everything for us. All we need to add is the model, which is the model key, which I just showed you how to do that. But as you can see, this makes everything easier for us, and we did it in under 1 second. So now that is basically how you read the documentation. I know you might say, how do I find the documentation in the first place? So a quick and easy way to do it is just basically type the name of the software. So you can see here, just name open router and just search API reference, and most of the time you're going to come across this, or just put API documentation. Yeah, I'm going to come across this, or let's say just put API docs. And will come across this, or you can even use ChatGPT and ask it to find you API documentation for the software that you want to use. So that is basically how you find an API documentation, and also how to read it in a simple way. When it comes to API, as I said, it's extremely tricky, and here are some beginner mistakes that we all encounter that we always want to avoid. So the first thing is mixing up the post methods. I told you that post and put are alike, and most of the times a post is used. But when an API documentation says that it's a post method, it's strictly a post method. So you should not use a get method or a put method. It has to be that post method. So make sure you look through the API documentation and you basically choose the right method. Next up, everybody comes across this when they're, let's say, creating a JSON to send over in the API request. So let's come over here. Let's put this here, and we can see, if you can remember from the API documentation, it said role has to be a string. And a mistake that most people encounter is, let's say you do this and then you don't add double quotes and then you just type it in. Well, I can assure you that your API request will not be successful. It's gonna fail. And you can see even here it said that a JSON is improper, like it's not a valid JSON, and it's not even going to work in the first place. So always make sure that you're using a JSON editor like this one to make sure that your JSON is well formatted and you're using the right value types. And you can always find the value types beside the key. You can see model is string, and make sure it's a string. If it's an integer, make sure you do not add double quotes like this. Do not add double quotes, because the API will reject your request, or it would read it in the wrong way and give you not your expected response. So when you're writing an integer, always write it like this. So the next one we all know is the authentication, and I've preached this in this video. Always use this too, whether it's a predefined credential type or a generic credential type. So if you can't find your API service here from these options, always use the generic credential type and use your authentication type, which you can find in the documentation, which is a bearer here, and set it up. Because if you put in your API request, or should I say, if you put your API key here and you share it, you're most likely going to get your API key exposed, and that is extremely bad. So now the final one, which is missing the required fields, and we've even encountered this. So you can see, always make sure that you are using the required fields when making an API request, or you're sending over a data in an API request. Always look for the keys with the label required. And also, most of the time in the first run, the API request might not work. You can see it rejected in the example that we use, and it said that we need to add our models. And in the documentation, it didn't even say models was required, so we had to add it. So always make sure that you do not miss any required fields, because your API request would fail.
So you can now connect to any API on the internet. That's extremely powerful, but also abstract. So let's make it real and practical. And you can do that by connecting to something you all know, and something every business uses, which is Google Sheets.
Getting straight into the action. So what you want to do first is create a blank canvas, or should I say a blank workflow in your N8N application. Once you do that, you want to open in a new tab and just search for console cloud.google.com. Once you do that, you're going to be brought here. And what you want to do here, if you do not have an existing project, is simply create a new project. So we're going to do that. Just click on new project here and just search for a YouTube test. Or should I say, type in your project name, which here it's YouTube test. Then click on create. Give it a few seconds. It's going to create. And once it's done, just click on select project here and you'll be inside the project. So for the first thing that you want to do is enable the Google Drive API. Search that. Click on the first and enable here. And once that's enabled, after that is search on the Google Sheets API. Click on the first one. Click on enable. Once that's enabled, what you want to do is go onto the left side of your screen and click on OAuth consent screen and click on get started here. For the app name, I'm just going to choose anything random. It could be anything. So just click on YouTube test. For the user email, it's going to automatically populate here. So just choose on the one that gets given to you. And for the audience, we're going to choose Excel because that's the only one available with this type of Google account. So just click on next, and for the contact information, just put in any email you'd like, but to make it just simpler, just use the email that you use in the app information. And after that, click on agree, then continue, then click on create. Perfect. So after that, you want to go into branding, scroll all the way down, and you can here is where you can add your app logo, your app domain, and also the authorized domains. We'll get into that later. Then after that, we also have the audience where you can publish the app. But what we want to do here is add a test user, because the test user is the email that you will be using to log in, or should I say get access to the Google Sheets API. So here we're going to use this email. We do that, we're going to go onto clients. But before we get into the clients, you want to add all of the users here that are going to access the API. So if it's not just only you and you have other people on your team, you want to add that here. Then after that, you want to go into clients and click on here, create client. For the application type, it's going to be web application. You can put in the name here. I'm just going to leave it as web client 1. And here we're going to find the authorized JavaScript origins. And how you're going to get that is simply by going over to the URL of your N8N application and just copying the domain, paste it here. The reason why my domain is a bit different here is because I'm using a self-hosted N8N instance, but you're definitely gonna get the right one by just simply copying from HTTPS all the way till the first slash here, and make sure to remove the slash when you paste it here. And for the authorized redirect URI, what you want to do is quickly set up a Google Sheets node here. Put get rows. Let's create a credential, and you want to copy this basically. Once you do that, you want to come back to the console, to the Google Cloud console, and just paste it. Just click on create. So you'll be prompted with the client ID, which you copy and paste it here. Then secret to as well, you will copy it, paste it here. Once you're done with that, just click on save and sign in with Google. I'm going to select the email that you put in as the test user basically, and just click on continue here, and click on select all, then click on continue, and voila, you've successfully set up Google Sheets with N8N. Simple, straight to the point. And you can see here account connected. So let's quickly test the connection and see if it's actually working. To test the connection, we have a Google Sheet here where you can see it's a test lead data. We just have 3 leads, and the goal is basically to get all of this lead into our N8N application. So we are going to use the get rows in sheet node, get rows, and from the document, we're going to choose the test need data and sheet 1 and basically just execute the step. It's working as expected.
Now you can build workflows, you can connect to real services, you can move data around. But there's a burning issue and question that arises in the AI world right now, which is the reliability of the AI workflows or the AI systems. Because how do you know this won't break tomorrow if you were to set it to run automatically? Well, that is where evaluations come in.
What is even an evaluation? So imagine this, you're doing a math problem, 1 plus 1. The answer should definitely be 2. Now, if your calculator gives you 3, you immediately know something is not right. That's basically what an evaluation is. You tell your AI, here's the question, and this is what you expect the answer to look like. Then you check what the AI actually gives you. If it matches your expected answer, perfect. If it doesn't, something is off, which means you need to fix it. And that's all evaluation means. Testing if your workflow gives you the expected or the right results. So why do we need evaluations in the first place? We do because AI doesn't always give the same answer, even you are asking the same thing twice. You've probably experienced this with ChatGPT. You've pasted in the same exact prompt in the first case, and in the second case, you pasted in the same exact prompt as you pasted before. And in both cases, you get two completely different, not completely, but two different answers. Might be slightly different, but you get two different answers. However, with normal code, you can write 1 plus 1 and it's definitely going to give you 2. But with AI, you might give it 100 examples, or should I say 100 inputs, and each one will be slightly different from the other. So if you want to build AI workflows people can trust, you have to test them again and again to make sure they behave the way you want. Evaluations help you catch mistakes early and see if your changes are actually improving the AI workflow in the first place or even making it worse, because without evaluations you're basically guessing. You have no context whether what you changed in the workflow basically made it better or made it even worse. It's just like driving with your eyes closed. You definitely know it's gonna end up bad. So that is why we do need evaluation. Alright, now you know what evaluations are and why we need them. Now, why is it extremely important when it comes to the AI automation space? So here's the thing, AI is like a black box. You put something inside, you get something out, but you have no idea what's happening inside the box. For example, with code, everything is clear. You can open the box, you can read it, you can understand how it works. If you give the code 100 different inputs, you get 100 predictable, correct outputs that you expect. But it's definitely not like that. If you give it the same 100 inputs, it might give you 90 good answers, 5 weird ones, and 5 totally wrong ones. And you don't always know why that happens. That is why we evaluate. It's our way to check what's really going on inside that black box that we have no context of what's happening inside. And we all have to do that without opening it because it's a black box. And it helps us measure, compare, and trust what the AI is doing, which is very important when it comes to creating production-ready AI workflow systems. So you know what an evaluation is, you know why we need it, and why it's extremely important when it comes to the AI automation space. Now, how do you run an evaluation, or what makes up an evaluation? An evaluation is made up of two things, a test case and a run. Let me open up this evaluation sheet for you here. So you can see here we have a sheet of multiple test cases. So imagine each row as a test case, and a test case is basically what you input into the AI. It could be an support workflow that you put in your support query and stuff like that. So a test case is basically that query that you give the AI, and then after that you expect it to process some things. Let's say you might expect it to categorize the query, even draft up a reply, or even call tools based on that query. So a test case is basically an input that you give into the AI, and then you have an expected, as you can see here, we have an email subject and an email body. This is basically the input. And then we have our expected email category based on this email body, which is other issue, and we have the actual email category, which is what the AI workflow outputted. As you can see here, this is definitely wrong, which means this test case failed. And a run would basically be if you combine all this and you run it once, which gives you a run, because the way an evaluation works is that you put all your test cases together and then you run it. So which means you're not just calculating the performance of the AI based on just one test case. You have to run it across multiple test cases. You can see we have over 50, and the whole thought process behind this is that because the more test cases you have, the more confident you are in your system. And what do you do after? We check which test case passed, which ones failed, and why it failed. So as you can see, this is a test case. We can see the metrics for each test case here, and if we exit out, we can see the whole, let's say, the average of all the test cases put together, which will give you the metrics for the run, which you can see here, which gave us a categorization of 0.02. Don't worry, I'm gonna explain all this means, but hopefully this gives you a bit of clarity on what a test case and a run is and how those come together for you to make an evaluation. So we can run an evaluation in N8N because N8N recently added this 5 nodes. These nodes we use to basically run an evaluation workflow. We have the trigger node, which basically triggers the workflow. Just think of it as where it fetches your test cases and stuff like that. So you basically hook this up with your Google Sheet, which is hooked up to this Google Sheet and fetches each test case row by row. So process for the AI, and then for the next node, click on evaluation. Next again, we have the set metrics. So in N8N, we have 6 different metrics. We have the tools used, we have the categorization, we have the string clarity, we have the helpfulness, and then we have the correctness. We also have the custom metrics, but we're not going to go deep into that. We're going to focus on this one. So we'll be testing out the 6 different evaluation metrics in N8N. I will start simple and build it up step by step. We'll start with a base workflow, and we'll start with a customer support categorizer. This workflow basically reads support messages and decides the kind of problem it is, and that's how we test the categorization metric. Then we will expand that same workflow so that you can write actual replies using retrieval augmented generation, which is known as RAG. And here we'll test the 3 other metrics, which is the correctness metric, the helpfulness metric, and the string clarity. With the correctness metric, just think of it as the AI actually answered the question correctly. The helpfulness metric is that is the answer actually helpful for the customer, and the string clarity is that how close is this to a perfect answer based on what we taught the AI, or should I say based on what we trained the AI on. So we'll upgrade the system to be able to take actions, which is giving it tool usage, so you can fetch other details or process refunds. This step introduces the tools used metric, which just basically checks if the proper tools were called based on the query basic. After each of these metrics, we'll test and improve the workflow by first of all changing the prompt to make it better. Then we'll see how these changes are affecting the performance evaluation and if it's actually making the AI workflow better. So the first workflow we have here is a customer support categorizer. Imagine a workflow is reading custom messages. My order is late. I want a refund. I can't log in to my account. It's the job to figure out, it's the AI workflow's job to figure out what kind of message it is and how urgent it is. That's what we call the categorization metric. Basically checking if the AI can correctly label the type of the issue, like delivery problem or login issue, and decide how important it is. If it can do that correctly, the workflow understands the message properly before it even tries to answer, which we use the next workflow, basically the evolution of this workflow, which will handle RAG. But then now we're testing the categorization metric first. As you can see, the fetch is a test run. Then we have an AI agent that basically categorizes this email, and then after that we check if the expected answer, which we get it from here basically, and then is the actual answer which we get from the AI agent. And after that, then we set this metrics back into the Google Sheet, which will give us the actual output, and then set it into the N8N evaluation table itself so that we can track the improvement. And remember, for every run, we'll be using this run tracker, which will have the run number, what we changed in that particular run, and then the results of what happened in that run. We'll start first by testing this base workflow, and we'll see the results that it gave us, if it actually matched or if it didn't. All we're going to do now is just click save, then come all the way down, click on test. So once it's done, we're going to look through it and I'll get back to you. It just finished, and a quick summary from here. You can see the completed tokens, the prompt tokens, total tokens, and execution time it took for the run. And if you see the categorization, it's called a whole bin 0.00, which means it absolutely failed. None of the 50 test cases actually matched the expected answer, which means this AI workflow is definitely gonna fail in production. So all we're gonna do to improve it, we're gonna change the prompts to make sure it gets better. But before we do that, what I actually forgot to do was track the run, which is very important. So just put the test case here, and now nothing changed, no happened. Categorization scored 0.0. Now we do run one, and we basically say improved the prompt. Then we go back to our N8N workflow. Then we basically put the prompt. We go into our system message here, prove it. I just basically pasted in this prompt we have here. We just tell you an email to categorize this emails based on if it's a problem with delivery, if it's a problem by returning products, questions, email, if it's a login problem or anything else. We have the output for every single one. So let's just try and break it up here so that you can see clearer. So this is basically it here. So now you expect to get better. So how we're going to do that is that we're doing that by testing. Hope this is making sense on how an evaluation basically works. So you click this run test. I'll get back to you once it's done. Just finished, and by giving a quick glance, we can see the categorization we're almost at 1, which means drastically improved from 0.02. We even put it in a graph format, you can see, which means it has gotten noticeably better. So if we go back to our run tracker, can you see category is called 0.98, which means there's an improvement, which means the prompts that we added basically improved the AI workflow. And the closer it is to 1, the better, and this is more than good enough. We can add in different things. We can change the model. Right now we're using GPT-5 mini, we can use GPT-5. This is definitely good enough. If we were to check the test cases here, we can see the actual outputs from the AI. You can see this match. Everything, I think it was only one that didn't match. If we go to wish check, scored 0, it's this one. And I also noticed another trend. You can see the number of completion tokens reduced, which means we're using less tokens, which is another good thing. So we can even add that, the log tracker. Now that is that for the categorization metric. We'll be moving over to the version 2 of this workflow, which includes the RAG system, which will be testing out the correctness metric, the helpfulness metric, and the string similarity metric. So now we have version 2, which has the RAG capabilities, which we use Superbase, and then here's basically where we offset this document. So you can see we've added more onto the metrics. We can see there's a correctness metric, there's a helpfulness metric, and then there's a similarity metric. One thing I want to add is in the evaluation. If you go to evaluation here and you use this check if evaluating, basically you can have all these evaluation nodes in your production workflow. And what this does two times, it checks if this first node basically being fetched from, let's say, a data set, which is a test, and it checks if it's an evaluation node. You can do all this stuff you may want, and if it's like, let's say, a normal production node which is being fed with real user data, you might go on the way. Just to give a bit of context of on what this is. So now, when your workflow starts writing replies using the retrieval augmented generation you can see here, we need to check three main things to see how good those replies are. We have the correctness metric right here, and this basically checks if the reply is actually right. Did it answer the customer's problem correctly? For example, if someone says my order hasn't arrived and the reply talks about resetting your password, that's definitely incorrect. So in short, the correctness metric basically checks if the reply is about the right thing. Go inside the correctness metric node, we can see we put in an actual answer, and we get all this data from this test case of the version 2 of the workflow. We can see we have an expected reply, and then after the run, or should I say after the evaluation, we'll get an actual reply. So we get these two data sets from this sheet, and then paste it here, and then there's a default prompt, the N8N, starting with the correctness node, that then it basically evaluates to see if the correctness matches the expected answer and the actual answer in a prompt. Then after that, we have the helpfulness metric, and this checks if the reply is useful. Even if it's correct, is it actually helping the customer fix their issue? Is it polite? Is it clear? And is it easy to follow? And in short, helpfulness basically checks if the reply truly helps the user. To click the helpfulness metric, we can see it asks us for the user query, which is basically the question the user asks in the email, and then the response. And then after that, it also provides us with a default prompt form checking the helpfulness. And then we get the user query also from this, which is the email body basically. Then we have this, which is the string similarity check, and this one basically compares the AI's reply to the perfect or reference answer that we trained it on, like checking how close the two sentences are. This is not hugely as important, but we just added it here so that we can explain it to you. For example, a perfect answer could be your order is on the way and will arrive tomorrow, and the AI answers that your package should arrive tomorrow. These are two different sentences, but they all mean the same thing. Maybe the first answer is how the company SOP doc says you should reply, and this is the AI basically coming up with its own reply. So if you want to make the AI speak based on the SOP company docs, we have to train to do that. So we use the string similarity metric to measure the performance of that. How it does that is that the string similarity metric gives you a score. The closer the score is to 1 or 100%, the more similar the. So in short, the string similarity metric checks how close the AI answer is to the ideal one. And if you were to check the string similarity node, we see that we provided with an expected answer and an actual answer. Get both of those from the worksheet. So now what we're gonna do is that we're gonna run it across these test cases, gonna see how it performs. So started. Once it's done, I'll get back to you as usual. It just finished, and you can see I had to do another run because the first one ran into some issues, but it's the same exact thing, same prompt, same everything. So if you give it a glance, you can see the string similarity is pretty low. Helpfulness is quite high, to be honest. The correctness is low, which means this too we need improvement. However, the categorization and helpfulness are really good. And if we check the individual test cases, we can see sure replies, the string similarity, stuff like that. But if you were to go into the evaluation sheet and we check the actual replies, we can see it definitely doesn't match, which is why the string similarity ranks quite low. But I also forgot to do another thing, which is the run tracker. So let's quickly track this run that we just did. Basically nothing changed. There's me to workflow, the results that happened for transition, helpfulness was good, well, uprightness, and what else was it? String similarity. Obviously you want to go into some detail, into specific numbers, the prompts that you had, but then this is just showing you a bit of concept of how you should the run tracker. So now what we're gonna do is improve this AI agent so that correctness and string similarity can rank higher. So we're gonna paste it So we're gonna paste in this prompt, which basically says to use the super base vector, because probably gonna guess base but this, because it looks like it's not even fetching from what we trained it on, and what we trained it on was this customer support SOP, which basically gives the users instructions on how to help them with their query. Basically, let's say they're looking for order tracking, basically tells them to, okay, go to this part on the website and you're going to find your order details. It doesn't, as of right now, it just has RAG capability. It doesn't have tool call capability. Next one, we're gonna add the function where it does all of this itself by connecting into the database, but right now it just gives you instructions on how to get that yourself. And if we were to check, let's go into the executions of the law, and I'm pretty sure it did not call the super base tool, which I am right, didn't, which is why we're getting the correctness to be very low, the helpfulness quite high, so you can see. So now we're basically adding to this prompt to basically tell it to, your second task is to use the super base vector to craft the reply based on the user message and following the instructions in the SOP. So now we're gonna save it, the track our run, the approve prompt, make the run now, and get back to you. So that's done. So it's just finished, and let's give it a quick glance. You can see the correctness definitely improved. Categorization dropped a bit, not bad. That could be, I would say, maybe the prompt is a bit too much for the model, but I think GPT-5 it's more than capable of handling that short prompt. The string similarity dropped a bit, and if you want to see it from the graph point of view, helpfulness is still the same, correctness improved, you can see. Categorization dipped a bit, string similarity too. If you go into the individual each test case run. But most, before we're getting tools for correctness, now we're getting 4, because I believe now it's using the vector database. It should be doing. Yes, we can see now it's actually using the vector database. That's correct. So now you can see how improving the performance of the AI agent step by step. What you could do further on is that you could maybe change the model to get this higher up, and string similarities, and the prompts you can add specifics word by word of how the AI should reply. I believe this should improve it, but we're not going to get into the depths of that since this is just a demo. Or the actual workflow, make sure you're doing that. One thing I forgot to do, which I keep on forgetting to do, is the results tracking, the run tracker, which you should always do. So categorized dropped a bit, helpfulness good, correctness good. Well, so now we have tracked the run. This is a way of seeing how we are basically moving the AI workflow step by step. Next, now we're gonna add tool usage to this AI workflow. We're gonna test the performance of the tools used metric. So as you can see here, this is the next version of the customer support agent. This is the version 3, and we added tool usage. We added it to have the ability to get order status from the database, process returns, and check refund status from the database. And the database is just basically a dummy sheet database that we need. You can see it has the customer name, email, item name, the return status, the refund date, and everything. And if we go back, we can see we also added the tools used metric, which we provide expected tools that we expect the AI agent to use based on the test case, which is based on the query. And if we check this sheet, we see, we go all the way here, you can see the expected tool. So based on this query, we expect the AI agent to use the get order status. So if you check the queries, I ordered the jacket, my order ID is this, can you check what's going on? Yes, and the appropriate tool to use. Then we're going to log the actual tool that I used, and we're going to compare. And what basically is just checks the immediate steps. So from the immediate steps, in the immediate steps, it has all the tools that the agent used and stuff like that. So from the immediate steps, this tool basically identifies the tools used, and then it checks if this expected tool was used. And all we're going to do now is that we're going to run an evaluation, and done. I'll get back to you on that as usual. Run just finished, and if we check the summary of the tool usage, we can see we got 0.60, which is more than, I wouldn't say is good enough, because half of the time, should I say almost half the time, with the tools were not used. You can see It happened twice, yeah. And if we were to expand this with hundreds of test cases, it would mean 40 test cases and not use the expected tools, which in production this would be extremely damaging. So we would have to improve this. And another thing that I keep on forgetting to do is tracking the run. So let's name brackets testing, nothing changed. There's unique the workflow and what happened. Let's check out the metrics actually. So you can see here, so string similarity, helpfulness, correctness 1, so correctness dropped. Same as the run in 3, but tools used was 0.6. Now all we're gonna do is that we're gonna improve the prompt a bit, and because right on the prompt does not have any tools using instructions, so we're gonna add this part that just adds tool usage and when to call this tool. So let's save it again and let's run another test. Once it's done, I'll get back to you. The run is finished, and if we're to look at the summary, we can see a whopping improvement. So if we click on here, we can see definite improvement from 0.06 to 1, which means every test case, all the tools were used. So from that, we saw a 40% performance increase, which means 40% in the right details getting fetched from the database. And as you can see, based on the prompt that we just added here, this improved the results. And we have to track, forget it because it's just a habit. So improves the prompt and means everything is correct. The tool calls true, which means everything is working proper. So as you can see, this is the best and the most predictable way of improving the performance of your AI workflows so that in production they actually work. Before we wrap up, let's talk about the common mistakes people make when running evaluations and how to fix them. Here are the 3 biggest mistakes explained simply. The first one is changing too many things at once. If you change the prompt and the model and the workflow all in one go, or should I say before you do another run, you never actually know the change that made the workflow better or worse. So always fix one thing at a time. This is going to be the prompt, just change the prompt. After that you can change the model, then after that you can change the workflow, and just keep on testing and tracking after each run that you've made. Second one, not enough test cases. If you only test with 2 or 3 examples, your results won't mean much. It's like judging a movie after just watching a trailer. So always use many test cases. For this video, I just used a few test cases because it's just a demo, but in production, you would be looking at 500 to 1000 for production. In small tests, you can use 100 that's for demo, and in production 5 to 1000. Just think of it, the more data you test, the more accurate your results will be. After that, forgetting to track your results. As you can see in this video, I displayed that perfectly. Always write down what you changed and what results you got after. And if you don't write down what you changed and what results you got, you will forget what worked and what didn't. So it's just a way of basically tracking and seeing how you're incrementally improving your workflow's performance. So keep it simple. You can use a spreadsheet like I used and note each run, what changed and the outcome changed. And that way you can look back and see your progress clearly.
At this point, the foundations are done. You know the tools, you know how agents think, you know how to connect, secure, and test workflows. Now we have to stop talking. We have to stop doing the foundations. We have to start building the real systems that everyone uses. We are starting with a full end-to-end project, not a toy, not a demo. Things that people will actually pay for. And if you know how to build this, you're already ahead of most beginners.
So first things first, so that you can create your N8N WhatsApp agent, simply create a new workflow in N8N application. And for the first node, you want to add a WhatsApp trigger node so that the workflow can start based on a WhatsApp message being sent basically. So you want to trigger it based on a message, and once you're here, you're probably not going to have a credential. So you want to create your credential, and you can do so by opening a new tab and typing in business.facebook.com. If you do have a Facebook page, you're gonna be shown your Facebook page. But if you do not have one, you can basically just go to facebook.com/pages. And once you're here, you can simply just click on create a page here, and you can create your page. So once you create a page, you want to come back to the business.facebook.com and simply create a business portfolio if you do not have one. So for here, we're just going to put Fiction AI, and here we're going to put our name and our email address. So click on create. Already have one. Let's shoot here. Create one. Link it with your Facebook page as an asset. We don't have anyone. We can confirm. And once you've done that, you want to go into your settings, and you're going to find apps under the account category. So once you click on apps, you want to click on add, and you want to click on create a new app ID. Once you've done that, you want to put in your app name. I'm going to put N8N test. Click next, and you're going to find use cases here. So you want to click on connect with customers through WhatsApp here, and just click on next. And for the business portfolio, you want to choose the newly created portfolio that you just chose, which is the Fiction AI Studio. Click on next, click on next, check everything is right, and click on go to dashboard. You want to put in your password here, so put in your password, and yeah. So once you put in your password and click on confirm, you're going to be brought onto this page. And what you want to do now is to go over to use cases, yeah, and let that load. Once you do that, you want to click on customize over here. So after that, then you want to go to API setup. Then once you're in API setup, just click on continue here. Perfect. Then click on generate access token, which you'll be taking to another page where you would basically be verified. So you just want to do that. Then you can choose whether you'd like to give access to your application to only a few WhatsApp accounts or all of your WhatsApp accounts and the future ones. I'm just going to choose this one and just click on save here. Click on got it, and we're going to get back here. So once you generate your access token, you're going to see two numbers here. You're going to see the from number and the to number. Just think of the from number as your business phone number. Like, for example, the number that your customers would be communicating with. But in this case, WhatsApp have given us a test number that we can test the AI agent before we push it into production. But in order for you to put in your phone number, you'd have to follow this process by just clicking on add phone number and make sure your business portfolio account is verified. And you can do so by going into settings here and just go into security center and just have verify here. So once you do that, you would be able to add your own phone number so that your customers can communicate with your WhatsApp AI agent. But for this is a test. But if you'd like to put it in production, that is what you'd have to do. And then we have the 2 here. The 2 is basically the WhatsApp number that you would be testing the N8N WhatsApp agent with. So for here, I'm just going to click on manage, and we're going to add our phone number. So once you've added your phone number, we're going to do a test run. So we can just click on send message here, and you should find a message from the number, which you can see here. Perfect. So once you do that now, what you want to do is go over to your app settings, click on basic, and copy your app ID. Go back to your N8N, paste it here. Then you're going to copy your app secret, and make sure this app secret isn't exposed to anyone. This is a secret key. So once you copy that, you want to go back to your N8N and just paste it and click on save. You can see that the connection has been tested successfully. So once you've done that, we want to test if this actually works. So we're going to open our WhatsApp here and hello. And you can see we just received a message, hello, which was basically what we sent. So now we're going to hook you up with the AI agent node. Find below, basically reply to the user. Yes, I said, this is just a simple AI agent, just to show you how to connect N8N and WhatsApp in order for you to load an N8N WhatsApp agent. So like that, just gonna add in a chat model. I'm gonna use Open Router. If you don't know what Open Router is, it's basically a platform where you can get access to not just one API model from, let's say, one AI lab. You can get access to multiple AI models from multiple AI labs, whether that be open source or closed source models like GPT-5, Cloud Sonnet, Gemini 2.5 Pro, or even open source models like the new Kini K2 Thinking. So it's a really good software, and it makes everything easier for you, because you just need one API to access all of this instead of creating accounts with let's say Google if you need a Gemini, if you need to use Gemini, or OpenAI if you need to use GPT-5, or Anthropic if you need to use Sonnet 4.5. So we've already hooked up the credentials with the Open Router. We're going to choose the GPT-5 Pro, or we're going to use the new GPT 5.1. Then for memory, you want to choose Undefined below and use the phone number of the conversation as the session ID, so that the AI has context of the whole chat conversations like it has had with that phone number. So you're going to use the from and use that as the phone number. Then for the context length, you can use anyone. If you want the last 5 messages or the last 10 messages, we're going to use 10. And then for tool, so this is just a simple setup, we're not going to do that. We're just going to test out if the AI agent works. So it's using the memory and Open Router, and then reply is hello. Perfect. So now what we're going to add is a node that sends back this response from the AI agent back to our WhatsApp as a reply. So we're going to choose the WhatsApp Business Cloud and click on send message. And if you check your credentials here, you're not going to see the credential that you just added, because this requires a separate credential from the first trigger node. So you want to click on create new credential. So you want to get your access token and your business account ID. You can do that by going back over here, clicking on the use cases here, API setup, and you can easily get it from here. So just get your WhatsApp business account ID, but your N8N, paste it here, and then you want to get your access token, which you can generate. It's just gonna verify again if you are gonna generate again. So just click on reconnect here and you get your access token. And also, in order for you to have one access token that is persistent over like a long time, instead of you having to generate all the time, is that you need to, first of all, as I've said, verify your business portfolio like I showed you earlier. So just copy your access token, go back to N8N and just paste it here. Just click on save. To set that up, you're gonna put in the sender phone number, which is basically the test number. But if you're going to use this on production, it's going to be your business phone number once you have verified your business portfolio. And for the recipient phone number, you're going to get the from number here. I'll just click it here, and message type. You can send a video, image, or an audio. So you can even hook this up and use AI generated voice as replies, or even AI image generation models to send over back an image. So you're gonna put in text here, then you're gonna go back to your agent node and drag and drop the response. Just click on execute step to test it. We go back, we can see message just got sent back, which is hello. So that is basically how you set it up, and let's see how it will work. So let's click on active, then and now we're gonna have a back and forth conversation. Then let's just ask it a simple question. What's 1 plus 1? It's simple and straight to the point. And I'm probably gonna get a reply anytime now. 2. Name is Apple. What's my name? So you can see them very being used in action. Damn it. You see the memory is being used.
So you've successfully built an agent that talks with people. Well, there's a problem. What if we were to flip the script and build an automation that collects a lot of data at scale. And that is where scrapers come into play.
First things first, so that you can get started with this walkthrough and you can follow this tutorial, you first need to click the first link in the description below, join the Builders Lab community. Once you're there, you want to make your way to the tools and resources section, and you're going to find this Google Maps scraper. What you just have to do is go down here and just click on this download button. Once you've downloaded that, you want to create a new workflow. And once you do that, all you have to do is come here, import from file, go to Google Maps here, and just paste it. Perfect. Once you have this, just follow these instructions here. You can set up an API account, because we use API Google Maps actor to scrape the business profiles from Google Maps. So we're going to need that. So once you set up your account with API, I believe you're going to get $5 in free credits every month with the free account, but you can upgrade to get more bonus, because the way API works is that if you run an actor, it costs a certain amount in dollars to run an actor and get a certain result. I believe with this, Google Maps scraper, for example, right here, you can see here it says pay per event, and if we were to check, it says on the free plan, in order to get 1,000 results, which would be 1,000 Google, which would be 1,000 businesses, would cost you $4. So, and if you upgrade your account, you're gonna get access to more dollars. So think of it like that. So what you're gonna do now is pause this video, go through this instructions, set up your API account, and then you can come back so that we can continue with the live demo that I'm about to show you right now. Let me show you how this live demo works. So all you have to do is go onto this web app, which is hosted by Lovable. I made it use Lovable. I'll provide the link to this. I believe it's right here, so you can get access to it here and you can open it right here. Let's say you have a lead generation agency that targets MedSpa clinics in Nottingham specifically. It could be the whole of the United Kingdom, but let's say Nottingham to be specific. What you would normally do is just put MedSpa in Nottingham. People can click on more places and you scroll all the way down, then you scroll, then you basically get a phone number here and you call and you just be going through the list. Well, that's inefficient, and what this workflow helps with is that specifically because you can just put the niche that you're targeting, the location, the number of places you'd like to scrape, and also the minimum of stars. I would recommend you put a minimum of 4.0 stars, because the higher the number of stars, the more likely the ads afford your services, kind of, and also the more likely your, let's say, your lead generation mechanism work on them, because they already have a proven online presence. And on top of that, this also gives you not just their phone numbers, but it gives you their social profiles, their websites, so that you can do a bit of research before you call them, because it's always good to have a bit of a background info on the business before you call them, and also gives you their social profiles, their Instagram, their Twitter, their Facebook, so that you can target them from all angles using the multi-channel outreach strategy. You probably know that. So yeah, and you know how efficient and effective that is. And the way you run it is, first of all, you need your webhook URL, which would be your N8N workflow. So I believe you've set it up by now. You want to click on active, make sure it's active. Once you do that, you want to go over to your webhook node, click on the production URL, and just go back and paste it here. Once you do that, ready to go. Now you want to put in your business niche. Let's put med spas. Let's put London this time. And since this is a demo, we'll start with 10 places. since we want to make it quick and fast. And we'll choose a minimum of 4.0 stars. By 4.0 stars, it means that their average ratings across all of their ratings and reviews is 4.0 stars, basically minimum 0.0. So once you have all of that, just click on the script and give it a few minutes, and I'll get back to you with the result. Just finished it, and you can see it says found 10 businesses, which we access the script 10 businesses, and it gives us a CSV to download. So you download that CSV, and if you were to open it, give it a quick look. So it gives us the business name, the business phone number to call, the address of the business, the websites of the business, the review counts, the review ratings, and all of them are above 4.0, and then their Instagram, their Facebook, their Twitter handle, if they have one, their LinkedIn if they have one, and then the phone number on the website too as well, and also the email on the website, so that you can also target them from their email. So you can see it gives you a wide variety of data points that you can contact the businesses and outreach to them using the multi-channel outreach strategy. What I'm going to do now is show you each node step by step so that you can gain a better understanding of how it works in case you want to customize it more to your use case. When thinking of the system, think like it has two components, which it does. So there's the front end part, which is this lovable part, and then there's the back end part, which is the N8N that powers everything. So this basically, the front end takes our input, the med spa, London, number of places to scrape, and the minimum of that, and it puts that in a JSON body and sends it over to this webhook URL as an API call. And once it sends it over, what this webhook node is that it triggers the workflow, which means it starts to execute the next nodes after. So we can see here, it put everything in a JSON body, and it put the business niche, the location, the number to scrape, and then the minimum stars, which was basically what we inputted here. And if we were to go back, we can see it moved over to the next node, which basically scrapes this off Google Maps. And what we use as an API file scraper, which is a Google Maps API file scraper. One sec, if we were to go back, let's click. This is the one here, right here. And this API file actor, what it does basically is that it scrapes all of these businesses here, following your filter criteria. But he's doing it programmatically, basically. And you can see here, these are the details. If you want to get more info on it, you can access it from this URL and check it out yourself. And we access it through this HTTP request node. We make a post request to the endpoint URL, and then we pull up credentials using the query custom authentication. You can see here, I made a video on this, so if you want to check how we set this up, you can watch the video. And then we also send headers, content type, and stuff like that. And then the important thing is the JSON here. This is where we provide the business niche that we get from our front end, which is the webhook node. You can see MedSpa here, and the location query is London, and max crawled places per search is 10, because we put 10, but if it was 100 it would be 100, and language would be English. But if you would like another language, you can put your language here. And then place, like, minimum stars will be 4 because we put 4.0, and I recommend that. And you always want to skip businesses that have websites, because we need their websites in order for the next nodes to work, obviously. You also want to search, like, skip closed places as well, because why are you targeting businesses that have closed? It just doesn't make sense. So once we do that, we send that over to API, and it processes that, and it scrapes everything programmatically, and it provides us with an array of businesses. You can see here, every business has a title, category, name, address, every single thing. So it basically scrapes every single thing. And as you can see, there are 10 items, which means there are 10 different items in the array. If we were to go here and scroll down, you see this is business 1 and business 2, business 3, all the way till you go all the way down. What we do here is that we loop over each item in the array using this loop over items node, And what we do for each loop, or should I say for each item, is that we scrape the website. As you can remember, I told you we need businesses that already have websites for the next nodes to work. So we get their website data using this GET request. And a quick hack, if you want to scrape any website, just make a GET request, get HTTP request to that website URL, and then you're gonna get the HTML of that website, which you can see right here. And then after that, I've written up a code that basically takes the input, which is the HTML that we just scraped, the HTML format of the website, and it basically crawls. I get their phone numbers using this and cleans it up. Then it basically scrapes their websites, their Instagram, their Facebook, their Twitter, their LinkedIn, and puts everything into a JSON, which you can see here. And what you can see here for the first business, which is the first item, it was completely empty. But if we were to check the second one, voila, it scrapes their Instagram, their Facebook, but Twitter wasn't found, and the rest were not found. If we were to check another item, which would be another business, we would see Instagram, Facebook, their phone numbers, and their emails. The first one, we can still see their Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and everything was scraped. And once we extract those details from their website HTML, what we do next is that we put everything together into an organized array with multiple items, which basically what it does is that it gives us a structure for our CSV later on. So you can see here the business name. We extract the business name from here. So we extract the business name from here, which is an item. Then we extract the business number, the address, the website, the review count, review rating, then their Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, website folder, and website email if they have one on the website. So it basically puts it in a structured format, and it just gives us a structure for our CSV later on. And it loops over until it completes for all of the 10 items, or should I say all of the 10 businesses that this API actor script. So it goes on and goes on and goes on, as you can see, over 10 times. And once everything's done, we basically put it into an array, a JSON array basically, which you can see here. And you can see it's an array, and then the JSON starts here. This is business 1, business 2, business 3, business 4, business 5, all the way down till you have business 10. And then after that, we have this convert file to CSV, basically turns this JSON array here into a CSV basically. And this is what this node does. So it takes this JSON array and turns it into a CSV. Once it converts it to a JSON, we pass the JSON over back to the front end. As you can remember, we make an API call, and then the API call, what it does is that it waits until it gets a response from the server back. So it doesn't just send and ends the API call. It sends and waits for the response. Then once it has gotten the response, it displays the OS4 here, and you can download it, and you can view the CSV, which is right here.
So now you can gather massive amounts of data, but raw data isn't enough. What if you want your AI to remember things like documents, policies, internal knowledge? And that's where retrieval augmented generation comes into play, also known as RAG.
First of all, why do you even need RAG in the first place? You need RAG if you want your AI to stop creating facts out of nowhere and intelligently answer questions based on your document. And that is when you need RAG. And what is the meaning of RAG in the first place? RAG simply means retrieval augmented generation. And the way it works is that, first of all, you provide it with a question or a query. It goes through your documents and finds facts that can be used to answer or be used to answer that query. After that, it uses those facts to answer your question. It's just like a typical Google search before you answer a question. You first go to Google search up your query, and it gives you a number of facts you can use to answer a specific question. But this time, instead of searching on Google, What it does is that it searches your documents, not the internet. And in order for this whole video to make sense for you, you need to understand these principles first. And obviously, for your AI to search up your documents, you don't just upload it and out of nowhere the magic happens. There are 3 steps which I will go through with you that turns your document into an AI ready format that the AI can search for and find facts to help answer your query or your question. So here's the first one: chunking. Chunking is basically the process of splitting your big PDF document into smaller pieces. And why do we need these smaller pieces? I'll explain a bit later. But in simple terms, it just makes it easier to search when it comes to retrieving the facts later. And then after chunking, we embed the smaller pieces, which is basically converting the text into numbers, because AI does not understand text. What it understands is numbers. And in simple terms, what these numbers are, it's that they store the meaning of these particular chunks. So for example, the word golf in the vector space could be in a similar position to where, let's say, you have a golf stick or golf ball. So you see the meaning are similar. And let's say you see football will be all the way here, but they would be in a similar vector space compared to, let's say, if you were to see a banana. A banana is not a spot, so it would be all the way on the other side. So that is basically how you can grasp how vectors work. They're just numbers that give meanings to words, basically, so that the AI can understand them, because AI does not understand words, it understands numbers, and it makes searching even more accurate. Final one is basically storing those numbers which are known as embeddings for search, which is basically taking these numbers and storing them into a vector database. And the difference between a vector database and a normal database, that like a SQL or a NoSQL database, is that a vector database stores numbers with meanings, and on the other side, a normal database just stores words, integers, and all that kind of stuff, and you relate to them using SQL basically. But this one, they get placed in a vector space, as I've explained to you. So if it's going to be a golf ball or a golf stick, they're going to be similar. If it's going to be a ball, it's going to be in a similar vector space, but then to the other side, because they all relate to one thing, which is spots. But if you were to put banana into a vector database, it's all going to be in a similar vector database. It's going to be all the way, let's see, to the left, to the right, but it's going to be a bit far from the spots area. And the way that you search up a vector database is using something called semantic similarity, because the way the search works in a vector database compared to a simple database is that you provide it with a query, and that query is provided to the vector database, and it retrieves facts that are similar to that query. So it's not just like a SQL or a NoSQL database that you have to put in the exact word in order for you to get what you're looking for. What you just have to do is provide it with a sentence, and then it retrieves facts from the vector database that are similar to that sentence. So that is basically how you turn your document into an AI-ready document for retrieval augmented generation. That was easy. You now understand how a RAG pipeline works. The next thing is setting up a vector store, which is basically the vector database where you store the embeddings. And a software that makes all of this easy for us is a software called SuperBees, because it makes it easy for us to add the embeddings and also integrate very well with N8N. And for context, SuperBees is just hosted version of Postgres, which we all know as a database. But then they recently added a feature where you can add a vector store to your existing database. So it makes everything easy for us. So what you're going to do is just create an account, go over to your dashboard section, go into an existing organization that you have, and create a new project. So we're just going to name it RAG Pipeline. Put in a strong password, See, let's generate one, copy it in case, and select the region that is closest to you, but I believe it's just going to automatically choose one based on where you are located. Click on create new project. Once you've created one, you just have to go back to N8N and let's create a credential. Let's look for Superbase API. Click on continue. I'm gonna see that we need the host and the service role secret. So in order for us to do that, we'd first have to go here, scroll down on this page, copy your product URL, go back to N8N, paste it, and then for your service role secret, copy the API key, back, paste it here, click on save. So now we've created our Superbase vector store and successfully connected it with N8N. So let's just go back, create a new workflow. Create a new workflow. Then now we have to set up the vector store in our Superbase project. If you open N8N docs, we are gonna find this quick setup. And what you have to do is just copy this, go back to your project, and go to SQL editor. I'll paste this. You can easily find this, but let me just show you. Here's vector store. I'm just gonna add a random one. Just go to docs here, and once you're in docs, you're gonna find this quick setup for setting up your vector store. Once you're there, just come here and copy this. Once you've copied that, as I've said, go back to your project, SQL editor, and paste it here. Once you've done that, just click on run. And it's very typical to run into an error like this. And I have a solution for that. So just remove the second line and paste this, which says just create extension if not exist vector. So what we're doing here is just we're saying create the extension, which says here that the extensions.vector does not exist. So let's do that and run again. Let's run it again. Yeah, so that seemed to work. So in order for you to fix it, if you tried the first command, which you got from here, and it didn't work, and you replaced it with this create extension if not exist vector, and it didn't work too as well, just go to database, go to extensions, and just search for PG vector and just make sure it's enabled. So now that our vector database has been set up, you can see here has the ID, the content, the metadata, and the embedding. So for context, all the facts will be stored here, which are the textual information, the chunks, if you can remember, and this will just be the metadata, and the embeddings, which are the meanings of these words here, will be stored here. So this is what we'll be using for the semantic search later on. So now that we've set up our vector database, let's go back to N8N now and set up the RAG pipeline. Okay, but before we do any of that, we first have to add our documents into our vector database. So I'll show you that. Let's just use trigger, let's use chat trigger. Let's add a node. Let's add the oligarch node first of all. That's it. Download file here. Keep it here. I'm also going to show you how to set up the Google Drive credentials too. So once we have that, let's search up Superbase vector store, and let's see for add documents to vector store, which we can see here. And we have to add embeddings model, which we can use the OpenAI embeddings model for. In order for you to create an OpenAI API account, all you have to do is just search for OpenAI Playground. This link here, settings. Once you're in settings, make sure your account is funded Once it's funded, you can go back to API key here and just create a new secret key and call it N8N API. Select the project, which is our default project, and create a secret key. Copy that. Let's go back to N8N, create new credential, paste it here. Just click on save. You can see that worked. And you have to make sure to keep note of this embedding model that you're using, which I would explain later on why it's important. So just keep notes which embedding model you're using. We're just going to be using the text embedding 3 small. Then just gonna add the document loader. Add it here. Alright, that's it. So now we have to set up our Google credentials. So click on create credentials, go to cloud.google, sorry, console.cloud.google. Let's create a new project. Call it N8N Google Drive credentials. Just give it a few seconds for it to create. Select project. Then what you have to do is search for the Google Drive API here. Make sure it's enabled. Once we're here, what you want to do is first of all go to the OAuth consent screen. Click on get started. Just put our application name, user email, put your email here. We're going to choose external here because that's the only one available for our Google account. And for contact information, just use the same email as the app information. Here, continue, and click on create. Okay, next up, let's go to branding. You have this, you can add your app logo. So then you find the authorized domains. Just click on add domain, go back to your N8N workflow and just copy the domain of your N8N application, whether it's self-hosted or it's hosted by N8N Cloud themselves. If it's hosted by N8N Cloud, I think it's just N8N.cloud. If it's self-hosted by yourself, just copy the last part before the slash. Go back here, paste it, click on save. Let's go back to our audience. Test users, this part is important, so make sure to add the email that you will be signing in with the Google account for. So just put it here and go to clients and click on create. Click on web application here. You can leave the name anything. Then what you want to do here is just click on add URI, go back to your N8N, copy this one, go back, click on create. Then what you want to do, copy your client ID first of all, then copy your client secret and save. Sign in. Let's log in with the card. Okay, seems like, let's go back to audience. It's the test users here. That's what then make sure that it's added. Still updating that. Because in order for it to work, you have to make sure your email is added. That worked. Then let's go back, sign in with Google, click on your name, click on continue, click on select all. Right then. So now that we have our Google Drive connected on with N8N, what you want to do is select the file, and the file that we'll be using here, there's just a synthetic file that I created here. It's a knowledge base, or should I say a customer support knowledge base for a fintech software called Notify. So you can see here it has everything needed, and this will be used in order for us to build our customer support RAG agent. So Let's go here, click on download as the operation. I'd select the file called Novafy. Take here. Camel, the super base vector. If you can remember, we created a table and it's called documents. Let's go here, document. Thing setup here. Let's click on this. And what this is gonna do, I made a mistake. So what you want to do is just go to default data loader, click on binary, load all input data, or you can select load specific data if you want, and you can put the name here, which is data, same, and you can put how you want this to split up the characters. We're just going to keep it simple here, and let's run again. Yes, perfect. So now it's going to do the 3-step process, which is first going to break up this document into chunks. After that, it's going to use this embeddings model to turn those chunks into numbers, then vectorize those numbers and store it into a vector database. So if you go back here and we refresh, we would find it here. You can see the embeddings and we can see the content. Perfect. So now that we have our information stored, let's copy this and keep it here. Now what we want to do is add an AI agent node. We want to add a system prompt. So just click on system message here. Okay, and for the system message that we will be using, I've created a system message using our AI agent prompt framework that I explained in my previous video. You can see we have the role, the guidelines here, the task, the conditional instructions, and the example layer. So we have everything here. So just copy it, go back to our N8N and paste it. So in order for you to create one, just make sure to watch that video to get a better understanding of how the prompting works. So just a quick overview, the role is basically telling the AI agent what it does and who it is. After that, we have the guidelines. The guidelines are rules that the AI agent must follow. In order for you to come up with these guidelines, you have to run iterations of the AI agent and see where it's falling short of your expectations, and where it falls short, just add it into the guidelines so that the next time it runs, it will not fall under your expectations. Next thing is the task, which is what the AI agent will be doing. You can see here, the task is assist customers with inquiries about the Novafy services by retrieving relevant content from the knowledge base using the Superbase vector store tool. I'll show you that in a moment. Then we have the conditional instructions, which just basically says, so if a user asks for a question, call the Superbase vector tool, then use the returned content to generate the answer. And you can see here that we also have the example here. So I've said, if you want a better understanding, go watch that video and it'll give you a bit more clarity on how this works. So I've said, copy that and paste it here. Let's add in a chat model. So we use the OpenAI chat model with the credentials that we've set up for the embeddings model. And let's see which is the new GPT 5.1. To add tools for the memory. This is extremely important. So add this. Let's make it 10. For the tone, this is where we're adding the vector store. And it's just going to be retrieve documents based on the user query. Retrieve document. Just add them this description here, and remember selecting the documents table from here. Then we want to retrieve, let's put 3 here. So we want to retrieve the top 3. As you can remember from the semantic search, it's going to pull up facts that are more similar to the query, and it can pull up multiple. But what we are restricting it to do is we're basically telling it to just pull up the 3 most similar facts from the vector database here, which you can see here, and keep it here. And we also have the embeddings. I told you keep note of the embedding model that he used here, which we can see here is the embeddings 3. Except then choose the same embeddings model you used when you embedded the chunks into vectorized form. Save it here. Okay, so once you save, just open the chat here and just ask it this question. So how can I do my KYC? Which, if we check the knowledge base, we can see there are answers to that. So let's go back to N8N workflow. I think I wrong. So now it's gonna save that message in the memory so that in the next messages it can reference and know what the previous queries were by the user. And then we are using the OpenAI chat model, which is basically the brains that orchestrates everything. And then this tool is basically what does the semantic search and gets a fact. So if we were to open here, you can see we got one item. So here we got the 3 top items. We got the 3 facts. We can see here you may be asked for, okay, so this is the first chunk, this is the second chunk, and this is the third chunk. So let's ask it about the supported payments. So let's go here, click on it here, and let's click on send. Now we can see how everything is done. So it first saves the question into the memory. Then we use the OpenAI chat model, which is the brain that orchestrates everything and determines what tools to call. Then we make a semantic search to the vector database and we retrieve the 3 facts. You can see here, it adds it to the memory. Then it uses the orchestrator to take those top 3 facts and put them into a message that the user can read, and it can also be helpful to the user. And it saves the response into the memory, and we can see the answer here. So Notify supports payment methods, bank-to-bank transfer, wire transfer, local banking rails, and wallet-to-wallet transfer coming soon. So you can see it works perfect. Let's ask it the next question. So how do I make a payment? You can see it's using the brains, done the vector search, and now it's formatting the message, which you should get in any moment, which you can see here. So go to the payment section, enter the recipient details, set the amount, review the fee, confirm, and submit, which is exactly what we have here. So go to the payment, enter the recipient, review, and submit. Wow. So let's ask it a question. So how long does a US, so how long does a US to Canada transaction take? So we can see here, perfect. So a US to Canada payment typically arrives in between 1 to 2 business days, which is exactly what we have here. But timing can vary based on processing times, banking holidays, additional compliance check. Wow. You can see that is basically how you can chat with your documents, and you can apply it to different use cases. You can create a customer support and hook it up with, let's say, an email trigger, which you can add here. Did here. Just hook it up with this AI agent, and it's send back an email. Or you can even save it as a draft so that your actual customer support humans can first verify the message and make sure it's right before sending it. So it just makes their job way more easier. But if you want to just send it directly, you can just click on send message here, and you can see here we have an email customer support RAG system. Or if you even want, you can use this as a knowledge base for your new hires in case they have questions regarding SOPs or anything like that. So you can see there's different use cases that you can apply this to. So now your agents can remember information. That's extremely powerful. But what if we could take it one step further? And that is the agents learning on their own. Oh, that's serious. So let's get into that. Before we start building anything, let's get clear on what we're actually creating. What we're building is a self-learning AI agent, basically an AI that remembers, adapts, and personalizes over time. Now, here's the problem though. If you've ever used N8N for AI workflows, you've probably noticed one big limitation. It has no built-in memory layer. Every time your workflow runs, it starts from scratch. The AI forgets everything it knew before. Compare that to ChatGPT on the other side. ChatGPT now has its own long-term memory. It can recall facts you've shared, remember preferences, and even adapt to your style across different sessions. That's what makes it feel more human and consistent. But that kind of persistent memory doesn't exist natively in N8N. So here's what we're doing. We're going to build a memory system ourselves inspired by the Memo open source memory architecture. If you haven't heard of Memo, they just raised $24 million in Series A funding backed by top-tier investors. That tells you how serious and in demand this memory concept is in the AI space. And you can see here, it's used by many recognized logos here. If you're in the AI space, definitely Crew AI. It's an agent framework. You know, NVIDIA, they provide GPUs, AWS, and Microsoft. And if we were to look at how they approach things, they have two phases. They have a memory pipeline that extracts and consolidates. Then they have one that retrieves the most salient conversation facts and which enables us to have scalable and long-term reasoning. You can see here, this is your message. Basically, you typing in the message and sending it in. And then we have an LLM that basically extracts this message. And once it extracts it, it basically extracts the facts out of the message. And then we have the update, which basically takes a look at the vector database, takes a look at the facts, and decides whether to update, add, delete, or do nothing to the vector database. Once it decides, that's basically a new memory in the vector database. So whenever the AI is going to make a reply, it's going to fetch from this vector database and extract this new memories and basically put it back here where it's going to generate a reply and you're going to get a reply back. So that is basically how it works under the hood, to give you a bit of context. And we're also going to use their prompts. Since this is an open source project, we got their prompt from GitHub. We're going to use their memory answer prompt, their facts retrieval prompts to extract the facts from the conversations, and also we have the memory extraction prompt too as well. So we are just basically taking how they apply this memory layer concept and just applying it into N8N. Here's what that gives us. That gives us an AI that can add new facts. When users share something new, it can update or correct old facts when things change, and it can skip updates when nothing is new. So it just fetches the existing info from memory. And this makes our AI agent smarter because it knows who it's talking to, cheaper because we're not resending the whole full chat history every time into the prompt, which makes our prompt way shorter, and also scalable since memory lives in the proper vector database, not inside the token context, which is basically the prompt, so which means we're using less token, which makes it cheaper. So in short, we're basically turning N8N into a foundation for persistent evolving AI, similar to ChatGPT's memory, but we're completely open source and customizable. Alright, now that we understand what we're building, let's set it up fast. So what you want to do now is click the first link in the description below and join the Builders Lab community. Once you're there, you want to make your way to the classroom section. tools and resources, and scroll all the way down till you find self-learning AI. Once you're there, you want to scroll all the way down and download this two workflows. So click on download that, and check again to download this. So once you do that, you want to make your way to N8N, create a blank canvas, and click here and import from file. And all you want to do is basically import this self-learning one, this the first one, and after that go and create another workflow. So let's save it. What we're going to do, we're going to create another workflow. Let's open it in another tab and just click on import from file again, and click on the AI fact extract or sub workflow. So you save that, let's rename this because I already have an existing one, so it will be duplicate. So once you have this, you want to go through all of this green notes and set up your credentials for the services that we're going to be using. You want to set up your open router, your embeddings, and then your superbees. And after that, you also want to come here and set up your open router here, your superbees credentials. But I believe once you have set up your superbees credentials here, all you have to do is just select your credential that you created and just straightforward. OpenAI 2 here, OpenAI 2 here, and then superbees. If you do all of that, you want to go here and basically make sure you select the workflow that you just imported, which is this one, the other one. And once you do that, you want to go here and just click on user message and just drag and drop it here. Then once you do that, you're basically ready to follow through with this tutorial. But before we get into the technical stuff, let me show you a quick demo of how this works, how it updates the vector database or even removes or adds to the vector database. So let's get into that. So we're going to go back to the Builders Lab community and scroll all the way up and click this front end link where you can access the chat interface. And once you're here, you want to go back to N8N, make sure that you've set up both workflows. You don't need to set this as active, just set this one as active and make your way here, copy your production URL. So you've copied that, you want to go back to the front end and basically paste your webhook URL here. By the time you're probably watching this video, this will be removed and this will be a sidebar that you can hold so that it doesn't obstruct the view. So once you have set that up, you're going to create a new chat, because if, for example, if you haven't set this up, you won't be able to send anything. So you have to basically get your webhook URL from N8N and make sure it's the production URL. The workflow over here is active. Once you have set that up, what we're going to do now is we're going to test the 4 features of how this workflow works. We're going to see how it adds to the vector database. We're going to see how it updates, and we're also going to see how it deletes, and also how it works if something already exists, which means no action has to be taken. So if we give a quick look at the superbase vector database, you can see there's absolutely nothing here, which means there is no facts inside. But over time, we're going to see how the facts are getting added, how they're getting edited, and also how they are getting removed too as well. So we're going to make our way back here. We're going to say, hey, name this Ahmed, and I name a San Francisco. Send that over. And we're going to wait to get a reply. And once you get a reply, we are also going to check the superbees vector database to see if some facts have been extracted from this message that I just sent. So you can see just replied back. It said, nice to meet you, Ahmed. How can I help you today? If you'd like, I can help with San Francisco tips, restaurants, hikes, events, or anything else. So it's just like a normal chat GPT. And you can see here you can create new chat and just basically like you use your normal chat GPT. And if we check our vector database here, where to refresh, we can see the first fact, name is Ahmed, which means it has been updated. Probably, let's see, second, just to make sure. So it's still executing, which means the second fact will probably be added by any time from now. So you can see it says it lives at San Francisco, and if we go back, yeah, it just finished. So I've done what we expected it to do. And if we were to go to another chat and ask, what is my name and where do I live, we're gonna see how that responds. So what we're gonna do now under the hood is basically just use this query and find similar queries from the vector database and add it to the prompt. And you can see here, this is another chat. You can see here it says your name is Ahmed, you live in San Francisco. And let me even show you how it works. Let's say if the session was to end. So normally if the session was to end, you can see everything else. One thing shows to paste it back, and we were to ask it, what is my name and where do I live? So in the previous session, you can see it said what my name is and where I live. But now we're going to try another session so that we can see how it's persistent. Perfect. It says your name is Ahmed and you live in San Francisco. So what we're going to do now is that we're going to test the update feature. We're going to say, no, I live in Nottingham. And all we expect this to do now is that basically going to update this lives in San Francisco to lives in Nottingham. So we're going to see that. So that basically the times of the correction is Ahmed and you live in Nottingham. And if you were to check the vector database, normally it takes some time for it to update. It's probably still running to check the facts here. So it's still running, so you'd have to give it some time. Perfect. And I just updated it. Before it was lives in San Francisco, now it says lives in Nottingham. Now let's add another thing. Let's test the delete feature. Let's say I don't live in. So what we expect this to do now is we're expecting it to basically delete this entry. Thanks for the correction. I'll update that I don't live in Nottingham. I have your name as Ahmed, what city, and so it basically acts to update the facts where we database. We could update this further or make it even better by basically making it more chat-based without asking these questions. So it basically does the updating in the background, so it doesn't have to ask for this and that. And if we were to check, let's quickly refresh, boom, it just deleted that complete entry, which means everything is perfect, which means it worked as expected. So now we're going to see how it works if there's nothing to extract from the memory. Let's say, what is 1 + 1? This is just a random. There's no facts about this message. So we're going to basically expect the vector database to still have this number of facts inside it. It should give us 1 + 1 is 2, but what we are going to check is basically to verify that nothing has been added to the vector database because there is no facts to add from 1 + 1. Maybe you might say Ahmed likes maths, but that is not a fact. So let's see. Probably still running. And you might also see, where are we getting a chat response before it updates the vector database? We do that so that we save ourselves some time, because imagine you send a message and it takes this long for the chat to get back. So we enable this feature here which says we shouldn't wait for the subbulk flow completion, because we don't require anything from the subbulk flow in order to process this AI response agent, because it already has the context of that pass message in the user query, so you can use that. And for the pass queries, it probably would have added those to the vector database by the time the user has typed in their next query. And if we were to check right now here, you can see nothing has been added, which means it has basically passed the test and for all the 4 core features of how this AI self-learning agent works. Now, if you are a technical person and you would love to know the insides and outs of this system, let's jump into that, and also ways that you can customize it to suit your needs. So let's go ahead. So we have two workflows. We have the main self-learning workflow, and then we have a sub workflow, just so that this main workflow wouldn't unorganized and just make people confused, because the AI facts extractor sub workflow is quite huge. So we just try and differentiate them, and then we just execute it as a sub workflow. And it also, another reason why you make it as a sub workflow is that, as you can see from the demo, the execution of this takes a lot of time. So we just make it just run the sub workflow on its own, and then we go ahead with the next node, which is the AI response node, which generates the response. And if you were to go into this one of the past executions that we did, we can see we received a webhook from the front end. So we basically use Lovable to create the front end, and then it basically takes our input and sends it back to our N8N backend. And how the N8N backend receives it is through this webhook node. You can see it put in the headers, and it also put in the body and the session ID. Think of the session ID as this basically. So each chat has its own session. So probably if we send a message from this chat, it would have a separate session. So going back, you can see our user message was what's 1 + 1, which is our last message from this session. And what it does next is that it executes this sub workflow. And if we were to check what it did, let's go to one of the executions. This will just be showcasing how it does for the none. So we have to go in here. We'll see it executed from another workflow, which is the self-learning workflow, and we have a facts extractor agent that basically extracts the facts from a current chat. As you can see here, the output was that there were no facts, because there's no facts that you can extract from what is 1 + 1. And the prompt that we provide it with is basically the prompt that we get from the Memo open source project, where you got their prompts from their GitHub. And we provided this prompt. If you want to have a deeper look of how their prompt looks, you can download this workflow and check how it works. But let me just give you a quick overview. So we can see here we're using this facts retrieval prompt, which basically says you are a personal information organizer specialized in accurately storing your facts, user memories, and preferences. Your primary role is just to extract relevant pieces of information from the conversations and organize them into distinct, manageable facts. And this allows us to easily retrieve and personalize for future conversations. Below are the types of information you need to focus on. So it gives us this basically role or persona prompt, and the types of information like store personal preferences like likes, dislikes, specific preferences, and maintain important personal details, track plans, remember activity, monitor health, store professional details, and miscellaneous information too as well. And it gives us a format of the input and output, basically using a few short prompting technique, which you can see here. It gives us multiple examples of input and output examples, which basically makes the output of the AI consistent. It also gives us things to remember to as well. It gives us the date, like what to not return and stuff like that. So this is a quick overview of how the fact retrieval works. And then you can see here it gave us no facts, but I believe this would be a better example to show if we added something. So let's go to one of the executions that we added something. So if we were to check, we can see here it basically extracted this thing that I said, no, I live in Nottingham, and I extracted the fact that said, okay, he lives in Nottingham. After that, we use a split out node, because sometimes there might be more than one fact, there might be two facts. You could possibly see that if you go to this execution here. Okay. By going into this execution, you can see we have two facts. We have name is Ahmed, lives in San Francisco. So we split it out into 2 different items instead of one array with 2 items. So we split it out. Name is Ahmed and lives in San Francisco, so that we can work on them individually, so that each fact is updated after the other and not doing it together, because some facts might contradict with the other fact. So we just make sure that each fact is done after each other. So we use this loop over items because, as I've told you, we don't want to have facts complete. A fact complete in the sense that, let's say this fact might contradict with the next one. So if you update them together, we might not have an accurate vector database of facts. So we just make sure it's done after the whole process is done. Then we do for the next fact. So we use this loop for that, and then you can see here we go to the first execution. We are using the first fact, which is named as Ahmed, and then we use this facts update agent, which basically takes the prompt from here. We have to scroll all the way down, second, and we use this default memory update prompt, which says you are a smart memory manager which controls the memory of a system. You can perform 4 operations. You can add into the memory, you can update into the memory, you can delete from memory, and no change, which is basically what I showed you during the demo. And based on the 4 operations, the memory will change. So by adding, you're basically adding to the memory, update, seeing delete, you're deleting, none, you make no change. And if we were to open that, you can see the prompt is basically here, and it gives us specific few shot, or should I say this is a one-shot prompt example for each operation. For add, it gave us this. So this is the old memory. So it basically retrieves from the vector database using how normally a retrieval augmented generation will work, but this one we're just retrieving from the vector database. So it finds facts that are similar to the existing facts that it extracted from this fact extractor. So once we retrieve similar facts, so like let's say for example, let's say lives in Nottingham might be here, but then what we have here is lives in San Francisco. So it's going to find similar facts on the vector database that relates to this. Once it does that, if we were to go to update, you can see it basically updates it and says this is the old memory and this is what you should update it with. So it's basically going to say, okay, from live in Nottingham, update it to lives in San Francisco. So that is how the update works. And the add is just basically, if let's say that from the user query, if you were to extract a fact and you were to pass it on to this agent here, which is the fact update agent, and the fact update agent was not able to retrieve anything similar to that query from the vector database, what that means is that, okay, we need to add that new fact because it doesn't exist, so it's a new fact. So we have this output example which just says, okay, add name is John, and it gives us an ID. And this is also, like, let's say, a similar, but then it's not similar in the sense of name, it's similar in the sense of user as a software engineer. Because you know how vector embeddings work, they find the words that's similar to the query that you provided with. So this is the most similar that I found, and then so that it doesn't relate. It relates in the sense of, okay, this is their job, this is their name, but it doesn't relate to the fact that, okay, it's both name, because someone's name cannot be a software engineer. So, which means it's adding to that vector database. So that's how the add works. And the delete is basically, it checks if what exists in the vector database contradicts what the user query said. So if the user query basically said, I don't live in Nottingham, and in the vector database there's a row that says, okay, or a fact that says lives in Nottingham, which says lives in Nottingham, and as you can tell, those two facts contradict each other. So we need to delete the existing fact from the vector database which says lives in Nottingham, and basically no need to add a new database or update, because there is no new facts to update it with. So it says here delete. So you can see the example here from the existing vector database. It says loves cheese pizza, but here from the user query, which I see in a fact like extracted from the user query, it says dislikes cheese pizza, and you can see this contradicts this. So we delete this fact from the vector database. And for no changes, let's say if a fact already exists in the database and the query that the user, or should I say the facts that were extracted from the user query, is basically the same fact. You can see here there's an existing fact in the database that says name is John, and the retrieved facts from the user query says name is John too as well, which means the same. So there's no need to perform an action. So that is what this AI fact update works. As you can see here, we provided it with lives in San Francisco, and if we were to check what it retrieved, we can see it retrieved, if we were to check it here, it says name is Ahmed, which is basically what it retrieved from the database. The name is Ahmed and lives in San Francisco don't relate with each other. It just says, okay, name is Ahmed, which is the name, lives in San Francisco is where Ahmed lives, so it doesn't relate. So that's another fact we can add, which made it an add event. So then the output, once we take the output, we can see this is a stringified JSON, and then we parse it and turn it into a JSON object, which gives us an ID, lives in San Francisco, and the event type, which is an add event. So we use this to basically check the length of the parse JSON, because sometimes the AI might output more than one operation to do. Because if we check the prompt here, you can see sometimes it gives us a none and delete, or like an update, none, update. So we'd have to do 2 or 3 of those operations separately, so that, as I've said, nothing contradicts or conflicts in the database, so that we make sure everything is up to date. So we use this to basically check the length. If the length is more than 1, we basically split it out like we've done before, but here we're not splitting it out because it's just 1. The length is just 1 because it just gives us 1 operation. But if we were to have memory 1, memory 2, memory 3, it would basically split out using the split out node. Then we have the switch node, which basically decides on which operation to take. You can see there's add operation, delete, update, and none. And the way it determines that is by basically checking the event operation type. Could be add, could be delete, could be update, and it could be none. So depending on which one it is, to the right path. You can see here it took us to the add path, which is correct. So we're going to add lives in San Francisco to this vector database. And the way the add fact works is that we first take that fact, which is lives in San Francisco, and then we turn it into embedding. Embeddings are basically the representation of a sentence in numbers in the vector space, basically. I want to go too in depth into that, but we basically take that and then we turn it into embeddings using the OpenAI embedding 3 small model, and then we pass in the user query here, which says lives in San Francisco. And then this node, what it does is that it basically takes the user query, first turns it into embeddings using this embedding model. You can see multiple numbers. Then it adds it to the database, which is the vector database. So it would add another row here which says lives in San Francisco. So that is how the add works. How the delete works would basically be, let's go to an execution that explains delete. So here we have an execution that basically represents how delete works, and it also has more than one operation, so I can explain how the split out node works. So you can see here from the output we have more than one operation. We have none and delete. Delete in the sense that okay, lives in Nottingham contradicts does not live in Nottingham, so we're going to have to delete that. And text is name is Ahmed, and probably if we check from the extracted, we can see name is Ahmed. So there's no need to update this fact because it already exists in the vector database. So we get 2 operations that we need to do, we have to first delete and do nothing with name is Ahmed. And then we use this if else statement to basically check the len. In this case, it's more than one, which we have two items there. And then basically split it out using this node, which turns this into this basically, so that we can execute each operation independently. So that's basically how the split out node works. So what we do for the delete is that we first get the ID of the fact that we want to delete. The fact that we want to delete lives in Nottingham because it provides us with the fact from the fact update agent, which is this one here. So we first get the fact from the database. It could be an ID 8, 9, or 10 depending on how or should I say depending on when the fact was added. So you can see here we got the fact, and in this case it was an ID 10. We have the embeddings of this text here, which is a numerical representation of a text in a vector database, which I say in a vector space. And then what we do next is that once we fetch that fact, we basically use the superbase node to delete that fact, which means it doesn't exist from the database anymore. So that is how the delete works. And how the none works, it basically just reroutes back all the way here and nothing. So now the final one is update. It implements techniques from both the delete and the add, because there is no node in N8N, or should I say for a vector database, that you can use to basically replace the fact, basically replacing the fact by meaning, okay, we keep the same ID, or all we have to change is change the content and change the embedding. So the way we have to update, or should I say the workaround, is that we have to find the fact that we have to update, delete it, and add a new fact basically. And if I was to go and find Fusion, I had the update, which is this one here. We can see first we get the ID of the fact, which is lives in San Francisco, which is the old memory. In this case we use the old memory here. Then we get the ID, which is a 9, and then we delete it from the vector database. So which means that fact does not exist now. So we have to add the new updated fact. So when adding the new updated fact, so you can see this is the old memory, which is a fact that we just deleted. Now we're going to add this new fact, and it says it lives in Nottingham. So basically going to apply the same technique we used here. We're basically going to turn this, if you go to split out, we're basically going to turn this lives in Nottingham into its numeral representation, which can be put in a vector database and can be used for vector search and stuff like that. And then we pass it along the new updated memory, which says lives in Nottingham. This one is the old memory, so ignore that. But what we're providing here is the new memory, which is lives in Nottingham. And what this basically does is that it first turns it into an embedding form, then we add it into the superbase vector database, which you can see here, which probably from our demo we would have deleted it, but it would have shown here. So that's basically how the fact extractor subworkflow works. And once it executes that, you can see it takes quite some time. So that is why we just don't wait for the subworkflow completion to come. So that is why we don't wait for the subworkflow to complete, because you can see it takes time, and it would make the response from the front end take quite some time and be quite bad for the user experience. So we just let it run on its own, and we just proceed with the next node, which is this AI response agent. This AI response agent uses the prompt from here. First go all the way up, which is the memory answer prompt, which says you're an expert at answering questions based on provided memories. Your task is to basically provide accurate and concise answers to the questions by leveraging the information given in the memory. So what it does here, as you can see, we have 1, 2, 3 tools that we give it. First is the chat model, obviously, the brain, the simple memory, so that it can have context. This is not a persistent memory like this one. This basically just exists in the session one. So wait, let me show you. Check. So the memory would basically exist for this for just this chat only. If I was to open another chat, here, it wouldn't have context of what was said in this conversation. It would just have the facts, which is the persistent memory, basically, if you get what I mean. So if we were to go back, basically it's a simple memory that saves the last 10 conversations, which you can see here, chat history. And then for Open Router, we use the GPT-5 model. And then this is basically the RAG in the sense that we are fetching facts that are similar, or should I say that would be needed to answer the user query. For example, if a user query is, what is my name? We would use this RAG tool, which is the AI fact extractor, to basically extract similar embeddings that relate to the word, or should I say that can help us answer the query in a sense, okay, where do I live? And it checks, and then the vector database that checks, okay, is there a fact that says, where does this person live? It might say, okay, the vector database though might say, okay, lives in Nottingham. So we're going to fetch that ID, and then we're going to add it as context to the AI response agent. We were to check what was said here. It basically said, what is 1 + 1? But I believe this wouldn't be a good example to show you. Okay, so you can see this one asks, what is my name and where do I live? And what this fact extractor, you can see here, it says, analyze the user query and extract all facts and information relevant to the question. Focus only on details that can help answer the question query accurately, and you choose the top 5 most similar facts that can help us answer the question. And what you can see here, it basically extracted the first one, says lives in Nottingham, because it helps us answer the second part of the question, and name is Ahmed helps us answer the first part of the question. So, and then the way a RAG basically works in completely high level terms is, it basically takes the user query, which is this, turns it into an embedding, which is the numerical form of this text, and basically, as I've told you, finds, based on this description, finds information relevant to the question that can help us answer it. So in this case, turn this, and using the vector embeddings of the existing facts, it compares and sees which ones are the closest to each other in the vector space. So once it retrieves that, it passes it to this AI agent as context, along with the prompt that I showed you from here, and basically answers that question. And here is the system message where we put the prompt, and think of the user message as basically what you type in to normally ChatGPT, or should I say what you would normally type in here. So we provided with that, and using the context I received from this vector database, it basically said, your name is Ahmed and you live in San Francisco. And then once we get that answer, we respond back to the webhook. If you can remember, we send each chat conversation to the N8N backend, which then receives it using this webhook node, and then it responds back to the API call that was made, and responds back with the response, which says 2. So that's basically how it works. I know it's a lot, but it's actually a genius way to implement this feature. In case you might want to change the model that you want to use for answering the questions, you can change using this Open Router chat model. Let's go back to editor here. And the benefit of using Open Router is that it gives us the ability to choose any model we would like. The Open Router is a software which gives us a unified interface to access different models. So you don't have to create an account, let's say, for Google if you need to use Gemini 2.5 Flash, or OpenAI if you need to use ChatGPT, or for Anthropic if you need to use Cloud Sonnet. It gives us one unified API to access all of these models, and not just these models, but a lot more. And you can see here, it gives us a lot of open source model to as well. You've built real production level systems. Now it's all about control, scale, and doing this professionally. At this level, relying on shared platforms starts to limit you in terms of execution limits, costs, and data control. If you want full ownership, you need to self-host. What you want to do is click the first link in the description below and join the Builders Lab community. Once you're there, you want to make your way to the classroom section, tools and resources, and scroll all the way down till you find self-hosting N8N using Docker and hosting a guide. And what you want to do is follow this instructions step by step. So just click on the Docker link, which will take you to the docker.com website where you can download the Docker desktop app. So here, just choose your computer specifications. Here, we're going to choose this one and just give it some time. It's going to download. You can see over here. And once it's done, you're going to find it in your downloads folder. And you just want to click on the .dng file to make sure it runs. Then once it's running, just drag and drop this into your applications folder. This might be a bit different for the people at Windows. So after the installation, what you want to do is open the Docker application, follow the step-by-step instructions and set up an account. Basically, it's going to ask you, you could create a separate account or use your Google account or GitHub account. I'd recommend you use your Google account because it just makes it quicker. So once you do all of that, it's going to bring you to this page here. And once you have Docker running, what you want to do is open your terminal. And let's go back to our self-host. Sorry, let's go back to our N8N guide. And, let's copy this command. Where you have to make sure Docker is running, which it is. And what we are gonna do is just basically gonna paste this command here. And what it's basically doing now is that it's basically pulling the Docker image and downloading it onto your local computer. Perfect. So it has just finished. And if you check Docker, you can see here that the image has been downloaded onto a local computer. And it says here that if you open this HTTP, this link onto our web app, you can get access to N8N. And you can see, voila. And what you are going to do here is just basically set up with your local credentials. And let's just click on next. Just basically set it up. Just gonna go through this questionnaire to get started. And this is the most important part. In order for you to get all of the features that you get on the normal cloud hosted version of N8N, you have to get a license key. So make sure the email is right and just click on send me a free license key. So once you're in your email, you're going to find your license key here. Just click on this and click on usage and plan here. And once you're there, you want to, so typically how you would do it is just by going into the settings, yeah, and going into the usage and plan, enter your activation key and just paste it. You activate it. This is your N8N running. So now your N8N instance is running on your old local computer. You can create a workflow. You can see everything the same at N8N. You can add a webhook node. It's exactly the same as your normal N8N, but this is completely free and running on your own local computer. Well, now the second part, you want to do the same thing. Just click the first link in the description if you haven't joined the Builders Lab, and join the Builders Lab and make your way to the courses section, sorry, the classroom section. Once you're there, click on the tools and resources, scroll all the way down and click on the self-hosted N8N. So once you're here, just click on the first link. And if you don't see this, because currently now they're running a Black Friday deal, but if you don't see that, what you want to do is basically just come and click on the services, then click on self-hosted N8N. There's a deal, claim one, and for the services you can choose the KVM1, KVM2, KVM4. I would recommend the KVM2. So just choose the plan here. So here you can choose the period of your subscription. You can choose 1 month, 12 months, or 24 months. So I'm just gonna choose 1 month here, and you can see the cost is $10 compared to, let's say, $20 that you'd be paying for N8N. And if you want, you can pay extra for daily backup. I'm not gonna choose that. And you want to choose the server closest to your current location so that it gives you the best latency. So we're gonna choose United Kingdom over here. Let's choose N8N and click on continue. If you don't have an account, you want to create. And once you're here, you want to put in your address. So once I'm done doing this, I will get back. So once you're done making the payment, it's going to bring you here. You can create a root password, which is the password that would be used for it before you enter your N8N instance. I would recommend this for security purposes. So you can generate a password. When you generate it, you want to make sure you have this handy and click on next. You want to have a malware scanner, which is free, and make sure that your instance is safe and secure. So right now what it's doing is that it's setting up the VPS, which is setting up the N8N instance on a virtual private server for you. So once the installation is done, you're going to be brought to this VPS overview page. Once you're here, in order for you to start your N8N instance or N8N application, so once you click on the manager button, a new tab is going to open and you're going to see your N8N self-host application. Obviously this is the first one, so you'd have to create your owner account. You can put in your email, your first name, and then your password. Okay, so once you set up, so this for context is different from your root password. So once you set this up, you're gonna click on next. So once you get in, what you have to do is just basically fill this quick form, get started. And this is the most important part that you don't want to leave out. In order for you to get all the features that the cloud-hosted version of N8N has in your self-hosted version of N8N. So you want to make sure the email is right and click on send me a free license. Give it a few seconds. Once you're in your email, you're going to find a license key. So just copy this license key here. Go back to your N8N instance. Go to settings. Go to usage and plan and enter activation key. If you've done that, just click on activate, and so now you're going to have most of the features that the cloud hosted version of N8N has. You can see, you know, the webhook node, cheat node, everything that you can do, and you can also add credentials and the new beta, which is the data table. So it's all the same. This one, it doesn't turn off if you turn off your computer. It's running on the VPS provided by hosting, and the good thing about it being provided by hosting is that they manage it for you, and also you can change your root password if you'd like to. Not just that, but you can also change the URL here that you're seeing. You can also change your root password here, and you can also set up backups, automatic backup. So let's say in case a database fails or something like that, you can set up backup. So you can go to here. So you don't have to really upgrade to this feature here. All you have to do is just set weekly backup. So in case the database fails, you have a backup of your N8N instance, or should I say your N8N database instance. So all your workflow and credentials are saved there, so you don't lose everything. And if you'd like to make it daily, you can opt in for the $6 per month upsell. But in this case, we're just going to use the weekly. I'm just going to click on save, and now weekly backups are turned on, so we always get backups of our N8N instance. So now another thing, how do you update your N8N instance? I've set the instructions here. If you scroll all the way down, you can see how to update it on hosting, but I'm going to show you how to do that. So copy this first command. What you want to do is open your terminal. If you open it, you're going to click on here. First click on this, and what this does is that it pulls the latest N8N instance from the cloud, basically. So it gets you the latest update. So while it's doing that, we want to get the next command, which is docker compose down, and I'll explain shortly this stuff. So now until the latest N8N image has been pulled using Docker, and now what we're going to do is that we're going to stop any current N8N Docker containers that are running hosting the platform that we have. So we're just going to do Docker compose, as you can see, stopping container 1 and 2. So you can see here the containers have been stopped and removed. So what we're going to do now is we're going to start the updated containers that we just pulled. So we just paste this command and make sure it has this, the -d, and just click on this, and what it's going to do is going to create new containers based on the Docker image that we pulled on this first command. I just finished creating and starting up the containers. You can see here, just created, started, and started. So with this 3 commands, that is how you basically update your N8N instance using hosting. So you first do docker compose pull, where you pull the latest image, and then docker compose down, where you stop and remove the existing containers, and this one is where you create and start the new updated containers based on what pulled here. So now for the curious ones, how was the cost compared to N8N Cloud, N8N Self-Host on a VPS, and N8N Self-Host on your local computer? So looking at this table here, we have 3 rows, one for N8N Cloud, one for the Self-Host on your local computer, and one for the VPS. And you can see the monthly cost, estimated monthly cost. You can go to the N8N website to see your own price in your region's currency. You can see here for the starter plan, it costs £24 billed monthly. So you can see here for the 20 plan, you just get 5 concurrent executions. That is quite low compared to, let's say, if you're gonna have this on your local computer, which is gonna cost you 0, and you get unlimited workflow executions and limited concurrent workflows. And then you have the VPS, which costs about $12, and with $12 you can have unlimited workflow executions, and it's always online. So it's completely similar to the N8N Cloud, but you get unlimited workflow execution and unlimited concurrent workflows. It's literally a no-brainer for you to self-host N8N. And see, with the setup and updating and all the technical limiting belief that you had is completely wiped out, because you can see there's nothing technical here for you to do. It's all easy, and I've broken it down for you in a step-by-step manner. Once you control the whole infrastructure, you're no longer limited by APIs. But we all know that not all data is exposed. There are some data points that are not exposed via API. So now we have to go and get them ourselves. Before you even get started with scraping, you need to know these 2 fundamentals. First of all, you need to know whether the website you're scraping is a static website or it's a dynamic website. And what I mean by a static or dynamic is that by static, it simply means that the HTML loads with the website. But a dynamic means that the HTML loads after the website loads, and it uses JavaScript to load the HTML content. And the way you scrape these 2 types of websites is completely different. Let me quickly show you an example of a static website and a dynamic website, because you find most static websites in local business websites, simple blogs, and stuff like that. However, for dynamic, you mostly find it in modern websites like, popular fintech websites or modern e-commerce websites. So I have here a local business website, which is a med spa in Nottingham. You can see this is a static website, and I'll show you how you can tell if a website is static or dynamic. And over here I have the Revolut website, which is a fintech, but you can see there's quite a bit of a difference. Even visually sometimes you can tell, but not all of the time. A quick test to see if a website is dynamic or static is by simply just clicking on here, click on inspect, and open the body. As you open the body, you would find no HTML. All you find is a JavaScript that is being loaded in the HTML, which means that the HTML is in the JavaScript. But however, if we were to check this website, let's click on inspect, we see that, okay, let's close, one sec, let's close the body. So let's open the body here, and you can see that you can see the section headers, the div here and stuff like that, which simply means that this website is a static website and this one is a dynamic one. But that is not just the only way you can tell if a website is static or dynamic. You can use N8N to verify if a website is static or dynamic, and the easy way to do this is simply by going into N8N. Let's get a HTTP request, because the normal way you would scrape a static website is by simply just making a GET request, which is basically fetching all of the information on the website. So let's get the URL of this website here, let's paste it, let's just execute the step. And if you can see here, perfect. We have the HTML of the website. However, if we were to scrape this website, you can see we even get rejected, which means they probably have anti-scraping mechanisms to avoid people from scraping their websites in the first place. And all we can see here is not even a HTML. So that is basically how you can tell if a website is static or dynamic. And in some cases, if a website is dynamic, you do get approved if they do not have any anti-scraping mechanism, but you do not get the HTML like you would get when we scrape this website, for example. And there's another type of site which is quite complex that I will reveal later and show you how you can scrape it. But for these two, that is basically how you can tell and diagnose whether a website is static or dynamic. And the whole point of this is that it saves you a lot of time so that you're not using the wrong method. Let's say you use this HTTP request method to scrape a dynamic website, and then you just end up spending your whole day troubleshooting on something that it's not even going to work in the first place. So now you might ask, Ahmed, what's the best method to scrape static websites? So let me show you that. So the best way to scrape static websites is using this HTTP request node. It's easy and straight to the point. So all you have to do, as I showed you, just copy the website link, use the get request, and execute your step. And once you do that, you are going to get the HTML in this data field. And let's say, okay, Ahmed, I want this in a structured way, or I want to extract the key details. Let me show you that. So N8N has this HTML to Markdown node, which basically takes the HTML of the website that we just created and turns it into Markdown. You might ask, why are we turning it into Markdown? I'll reveal that in a bit. So let's use this node, which you can easily find by just searching for Markdown and selecting an operation, whether you want to turn a Markdown into HTML or vice versa. But in this case, we are just gonna convert it. One sec. Two things here. Okay, so we just want to convert it from HTML over to Markdown. So let's run it. Okay, we have an issue. Sorry, my bad. Okay, so you have to execute it again. Let's get this and execute it, and we can see, voila, we have converted the website from HTML, which is not beginner friendly, to Markdown, which we can see here. And also, we're making it AI friendly because most AI models are trained using Markdowns, not HTML. So if you want to provide it to an AI model, let's say you want to extract summaries and stuff like that, we first have to turn it into Markdown, then we provide it to the AI model. We can also give the AI HTML directly, but for the best accuracy, always give it Markdown. So now we are gonna basically extract the key details. You can use a code snippet, a JavaScript code snippet, by just searching code in N8N and just using JavaScript if you know how to code. As I've said, this is beginner friendly, so I'm going to assume that most beginners don't know how to code. Well, an easy way to use this would basically be going into ChatGPT and just saying, okay, write me a JavaScript code that extracts the Instagram links, or should I say the Instagram profiles on this website, the emails and the phone numbers. And you're going to be saving yourself from using AI credits. And I believe it's going to be much faster than using this. But that is for the intermediates and the experts. But if you would like to do that, I've just explained how you can do that. Now we're going to use an AI to basically extract. To where to check the prompt, we would see we basically told it to extract the essential information such as the business name, the contact details, the niche, the type of business and services offered, and organize it into a structured format. And we then provided it with the Markdown, which we just converted from HTML to Markdown. And if we were to execute this, we would see our information in a structured format. And it just finished. So you can see we have the business name here, which is Pro Aesthetics. We have the location, the address, The contact details include their phone number, email, their website, and also their online booking website too as well. It also included their social media, which is Facebook, Instagram, and the Google Maps, the business niche, everything that you need. So that is basically how you can quickly scrape a static website. Now, let me show you how you can scrape a dynamic one, because as we tried before, it gives us that error, or it would return an empty HTML. In order for you to scrape a dynamic website, what you need is a software called Firecrawl. Open here. And what it basically is that it's a scraping software that turns your website into LLM ready data. So it basically does all of this process that we did manually for our static website. So scraping it and turning it into Markdown, but it does everything for us using one single node. So all we have to hook it up with is basically maybe a basic LLM chain, but they have a feature where it does this too as well, so it's straight to the point. So if you'd like to scrape a static website, I'd suggest that you create an account with them, and I believe they do give you free credits for your account. And then once you get your account up and ready, you come back to N8N and you search for Firecrawl, and I believe it's a community node, so you would have to install it, but it's verified, so there shouldn't be no issue. And once you've installed it, you want to search for the node called scrape a URL and get its content. Once you do that, you're gonna get prompted with this, and all you have to do is basically, let's go back to this one that we set it up with, and get your dynamic website, not a static website. However, you can use a static website, but you could do it for free using the other method that I just showed you. So just paste the link into the URL section. Then here is the scrape options. So this gives us multiple options for the output. So we can have the output in Markdown, or we can have it in a structured JSON format like here, or we can add more. So I can add a format here, and you can see from the drop down there's a summary, screenshot, HTML, change tracking, all of that. But actually let's add summary too as well. So we have that set up. You don't need to touch these ones, and just click on execute step, and it just finished. So let's quickly view this in a JSON editor. Let's open it up here. Let's see what it just did for us. So we can find the Markdown here. It says you're on the United Kingdom website, choose obtain. This is what it gives us. Bunch of links, but then we can see that we didn't run into any errors this time. And for the metadata, this is the HTML metadata, and this is the JSON, basically what we were looking to extract, the structured format. You can see here we got the business name, we got the website, app download link, we got the niche of the business, the type of the business, and the services offered. And we can also see the summary here, which says the UK Revolut website offers users the ability to manage their finances globally. So you can see it did what we were not able to do in the first method, which was these one. Okay, so now there's another way, an in-depth way to get even more details from a dynamic website, or even any website, to be honest. Let's say you have a business website. They have contents on their website, but you're still looking for more additional contents, like what was their most recent awards, or like let's say their revenue category, so that you can qualify them if you're reaching out to them. So we have this extract data node, which is also provided by Firecrawl, and you can easily add it by just searching extract data by searching Firecrawl. Now scroll all the way down and you find the extract data node, and once you find that, just click on it and you'll be brought up here. And here is basically where you can add your URL. Let's add our URL, the website that we want to scrape, and we provide it with a prompt. So let's check out what the prompt says. So we tell it to extract detailed information about the SaaS/tech company from the website and gather the following key data. So we want to get the company name, the industry, the founded year. You see this information, we do not get it from the website, though Some websites do add their founded year in their website, but most of the times they do not. So we add the founded year, whether the business is active, the headquarters of the business, the offerings of the business, the social presence of the business, whether the company has active profiles on Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn. And we also get their recent awards, like any notable awards or recognitions achieved in the recent years. On top of that, we get average rating from sources like Google Reviews, G2, and Capterra. So you can see these informations cannot be found on the website, so which means we would have to search up this data. And what this Firecrawl node does is that it does that for us automatically, so we do not need to add up another node that does the research. And then here we have the icebreaker, which uses an AI to basically draft up a short and personalized email opener that you can use when reaching out to the businesses using this data that we found. So, as I've told you, this is really good, and we provided with our output, which we wanted to be in a structured JSON format because it makes everything easy for us. And you can easily generate this schema by just going to ChatGPT and just telling it, okay, make me a JSON schema, and here are the data points that I want the output to have. And you can easily create one using ChatGPT or Gemini. And as I've said, you have to enable web search so that we can get this other data points, and just click on execute node and we have an issue. Let's look at the error details. So it says that the JSON schema is invalid. Okay, so let's troubleshoot it live. So I believe the JSON schema that I asked ChatGPT to make for me is bad, so let's fix it up. Yeah, this is the proper one. This just keeps proving my point that when it comes to coding task, and everybody knows this, to be honest, always better than ChatGPT. And let's see, so let's click on execute, third time lucky, and it worked. And what we get is that we get an ID, and we're gonna track this ID run. So we're gonna track this task that we created because it takes some time, obviously. So let's use this node and let's get this ID here. Execute step, and it still says it's processing, so we'll have to give it some time. So once it's done, I'll get back to you. So perfect, it just finished. And let's open this JSON. So it takes quite some time, to be honest, compared to the other scripting, because what this does is that it searches and it also uses an AI to create the email opener. So it takes quite some time. And you can see here we got the industry is active, you got all of the offerings. Wow, it's actually insane. We got the company name, we got the founded year, we got the headquarters, we got the recent awards. This is so good. Then we got the email opener. Obviously the email might not be that good because we did not prompt it with what, let's say, a good email opener example could be, but this is just good enough. High revenue recently learned about your impressive growth, expansion plans, particularly your recent investments on France. I'm excited to learn more about your innovative financial solutions. So it did the job for us, and you can see the status here completed and the tokens used. So said that is basically how you can scrape a static website. First of all, you do this method, then this one is to scrape the website and get additional information or do additional tasks on top of scraping the website, all using one node, and we are able to achieve that using Firecrawl. Next up, it's not for static websites, it's not for dynamic websites. I've told you this is a complex one. I don't know if you've tried to scrape Instagram or LinkedIn or any social media profile. They don't easily allow it using, let's say, this method using the HTTP, because they have, I'm certain, it's not even I'm certain, it's for certain that they have an anti-scraping mechanism in place, especially LinkedIn. And I'm going to show you how you can scrape LinkedIn, because I'm going to scrape my LinkedIn profile over here. which you can see here, and I'm gonna scrape all of these details, because if I tried the normal HTTP method, let's even give it a try. Put it here. See, we get an error, and let's try this one too as well. Yeah, an error that says check our credentials. You see, it says this website is not currently supported if you're not part of the enterprise plan. So maybe it's possible using via crawl, but you wouldn't even be able to scrape it unless you're on their enterprise plan, which is extremely expensive. But I'm going to show you how to do it in an extremely cost effective way. Less than $1 you can scrape these LinkedIn profile, and that way is using API. And if you don't know what API is, let me open that up for you. And what it is that it's basically a full stack web scraping tool where you can scrape anything on the internet. I can show you. You can scrape LinkedIn profiles, LinkedIn jobs, LinkedIn posts, and the way it works is that they have actors, and people actually build these actors, whether that be API developers themselves or other non-API developers. Each actor has a specific task. So you can see here we have actors for LinkedIn, and if we were to scrape Instagram, we will find actors for Instagram, and that's it for Twitter too as well. We will find actors for Twitter, and this just makes everything easy for us. And what I've told you will be scraping would be my LinkedIn profile. So let me quickly show you how you can select and choose the best actor, because you can see there are multiple options you can scrape. So let's go to LinkedIn. Let's search LinkedIn profile. And what you want to do is, first of all, choose the scrapers that you do not need to provide a cookie, because if you provide a cookie, you're putting your account at risk. So you can see this one is a good one because it says no cookies. However, there's one thing as well, the pricing models. You want to choose pay per result, not like pay per event or pay per usage, because there are some API actors that you need to be paying a monthly subscription in order to use them. But these ones, all you have to do is just pay per result. So if we were to go here, and you can see here, to scrape 1,000 LinkedIn profiles, you just pay $5, but you don't have to scrape all the 1,000 at once. All you have to pay for one scrape profile is, I believe, let's do the odds divided by 5. Oh my god, my math is so bad. Okay, so 5. Okay, yeah. So it costs you $0.005, which is less than a cent. It's extremely cheap, as I've told you, to scrape a LinkedIn profile. And how you can set it up, because most people encounter issues when it comes to setting up API for API. And also when it comes to API, I believe every month they provide you with $5 of credits you can use towards this actors. And for example, let's say if you were to scrape one profile and you have $5, it would just take this amount from your monthly credits, and if you were to scrape 1,000 profile, it would take up all of your credit. So that's basically how it works. And if you open the pricing, you can see it here. You can see $5 to spend, and if you opt in for the $39 one, you get $39 too as well. So let's click on here, try for free, and let me quickly show you how you can set it up. So first of all, you want to go to API here. You want to click on endpoints, and what you want to do is go all the way down and scroll, run actor synchronously, and get data set items, all in the same API call, because most people don't even know where to find these endpoints, and if they do find it, they use this run actor and they don't know how to get their let's see, their script data and stuff like that. What this does is that it basically runs the actor, then waits until the actor has gotten the results of the script information that you're looking for, and then it sends it back as a response in that same API call. So we copy that endpoint, you copy it, go back to N8N, go into a normal HTTP request node, paste it, make sure to check the method of the API call, just click on post here. And if you're also wondering how you can get an API key, I believe they just make it easy for you. So once you just click on copy here, it automatically copies your token, which makes it straightforward. As you can see, that's a query parameter. So if you want, you can take out the API key. Let's say if you want to be able to reuse your API API key and set it up using the generic credential type. I've explained in past videos how to do that. And next up, what you want to do is go back here. Just what I do normally is I just copy this and I use the normal form. Paste the URL here. Then I go to JSON here. And this is basically my JSON body. So it's an easy hack for you. And you come into send body here. You come to raw. Sorry, not raw. JSON here. And then you paste this here. And I believe you also have to send headers when it comes to API. Ask Claude. So what headers do I need to provide? I believe we can easily get this too as well. If we go here, endpoint, we check the view API reference. Yes, we can see the headers too here too as well. So yeah, we can just easily use this. It makes it easier than actually searching up and faster. But let's copy this. Copy this. And I believe that's it, but let's see what Claude has asked. So it actually searched for the documentation and it provided us with the two things that we saw. I mean, that's good. So we're actually right. So let's just click on the execute step, and what it's gonna do now, it's gonna run the actor in the background, and once it's done, it's gonna return the results. Actually, one more thing is that we want to check what type of data we get back. I skipped that. So if you go to the information tab, we can see what it does. Okay, we get the recent posts, postcard typed. Oh, sorry. So this scrapes the profile post, but it's the same thing, but I wanted to scrape the profile. So we can easily do that by just going back to the API store. Just searching for LinkedIn. Use scraper. So we could use this one if you wanted to. Well, I've already set that one up, and this one has the monthly usage, so doesn't go with my own set requirements for what I choose when using an API scraper. But okay, find one here. It's up better than that. There's this one. Can't even get the email. Actually, you know what? Let me set this one up. ASAP. Copy that. Go back to N8N. And I believe the body is exactly the same, since it's from the same person. What the hell is the tab? Same method. Tape. Paste in. Actually, let's even search for my email too as well. Let's see if it actually gets the email. Paste it back here. That's it. So let's click on execute and wait. Whoa. So it's just finished, and I told you this works extremely well. Yeah. Let me copy this. Let's open this N8N viewer, and we can see this matches up exactly. You see, we got the name, everything in a structured format. We got the headline, the profile picture, the location, every single thing. What I'm looking for is the email. We got even the experience, everything. Just searching all. So it didn't get the email, which is none, which I think I made it private, but if it was public, you would be able to scrape the email. So that is basically how you can scrape complex websites that are not dynamic or static. So now we know how to scrape a static website, a dynamic one, and a complex one, but there are some beginner mistakes, and the first one being always relying on HTTP. You think HTTP, since it just scraped their static website, it's gonna scrape their dynamic and also their complex websites, but that is not possible, because as I've showed you, we tried to scrape a static website using this node and it didn't work, and we tried to use it, and we tried to scrape our LinkedIn profile using the HTTP request node, and that didn't work. So always use the appropriate method for the appropriate website type. That's gonna save you a lot of troubleshooting time and headache. Now for the second one, getting IP blocked. If you are gonna scrape, let's say, a lot of websites or bulk of websites, let's say if it's a static one, I would recommend using this one, because Firecrawl uses their own IP and proxies to basically avoid you from being IP banned. So if you're gonna scrape multiple bulk websites, always use specific tools like Firecrawl or APFi, not a HTTP request node. The third one is, let's say you scraped a static website or through the HTTP request node, and you're just gonna feed all of that HTML into an AI model. I'm sorry to break it to you, you're just gonna get inaccurate data, and you're gonna use a lot of tokens that you could have seen if you just converted that using Markdown, because it just makes everything easier. First of all, increases the accuracy, and HTML has a lot of characters, which means you're going to take in a lot of input tokens for your AI model. But if you were to use HTML, it reduces that character into just what's needed, and also AI models are trained using Markdown, so it makes everything much more easier, accuracy wise and token saving wise. So keep that in mind. Now another one is mixing absolute URLs with relative URLs. Let me quickly share a quick example. Okay, so let's go to a page. As you can see, this has /joint accounts. What people typically do is that they would forget to copy this and just copy this, and they would just say, okay, let me scrape this. Well, this is not in an URL in the first place, so just make sure you always copy the whole thing and paste it in the URL, whether you're using HTTP or Firecrawl or even APFi. So make sure you're using a full absolute URL.
So you can now build powerful automation, but there's one thing. Clients don't know how to use N8N, not even log into N8N. What they are used to is web UIs, forms, and buttons. So let's wrap up everything and build incredibly good looking web UIs for your N8N workflows.
So before we get to N8N or Lovable, I want to quickly show you the final product, because we're turning this Google Maps scraping workflow you can see here into this. You can see the old one was clunky, and every time you have to run it, you go into N8N, but here you can just run it directly through this web UI that we just created, which is extremely clean. And all you have to do is to trigger this, just basically put in your business niche, basically the inputs that the workflow would require. So in this case, we'll just put in, let's put MedSpa, let's put Nottingham, Let's put 10 places to make this quick, and let's put 4. And once you click on click, this will basically trigger your N8N workflow in the backend without you having to see all of those clunky interface, the nodes, the parameters, all those kind of things. And once it's done, you're going to get this output in this web UI. And there we have it. I just triggered my N8N workflow using this clean web UI without having to go into N8N and triggering it. And you might ask, what makes this better than doing the N8N? First of all, you can make this easily shareable to other people so they can use your workflow, because sometimes if they hear the complexity mediocre, you might have to go into N8N to trigger it. They will be like, no, I'm good, I don't want to try it. But when they see it's a clean UI, will be more inclined to give it a try. So that's the first one. And for convenience sake, it's much easier and straight to the point. So you might ask, how can we get this workflow you're seeing right here into this clean web UI interface? Well, it's actually very easy to do. So let me show you how to do that. So before we get into building you have to set a few key foundations for our N8N workflow to follow. And those two key foundations we have here are the input and the output. And what I mean by the input, it's basically the user-defined inputs that change after every workflow run. So you can see here, for the user-defined inputs, we have business niche, business location, minimum stars, and number of places to script. These key values can change for every workflow. Let's say this time I want to script MedSpa, the next time I might want to script contractors or plumbers or roofers. So it completely depends. The location might change from Nottingham to Birmingham to London to Miami, anywhere in the world. The number of places can change too as well. Maybe next time I want to script 100 businesses or 1000 businesses. So you can see these are user-defined inputs that change for every run. And let me show you how we use this user-defined inputs. You can see here in the API HTTP request node, you can see this is where we put in the business type, the location, the number of places to scrape, and also the minimum stars. And where we set these inputs are in this webhook node. So first of all, you want to always start your workflow with a webhook node. Whatever is to trigger it with before you have to make amends and make changes, because now we are going to be using a webhook node, because that is how we'll be triggering our workflow from our UI. And if we check this webhook node here, if we scroll down, we can see we have the 4 inputs that we mapped out, which is business niche, business location, number of places to scrape, and the minimum stars. So go to the workflow that you want to create a UI for and map those user-defined inputs, not the system-defined ones, because those are constant over multiple runs, but the user-defined ones that change for every run. Map those, and then once you map those, you want to create a JSON by basically going here, then you want to create a JSON. You want to map the inputs here. For example, you want to put business type. This is like a mock input for testing the workflow. So we want to put MedSpa, then create the next key, which we have business location. To how number of places. Yep. We have 10. And also take note of the data type. You can see here we're using integer, so we have to make sure it's represented in the JSON. If it was a string, it would be this, but since we're using it as an integer, it would be something like this. And 4 stars, 4. It's 4. Let's click on format here at the bottom, and you can see we have our mock test. Go to the webhook node, unpin your existing data, click on this, remove it, and paste it here. And what you want to do now is just basically test your current workflow using these mock inputs that you put. So for example, let's see if the variable here was not this here, what you want to do is just copy this and drag it here. Also for the location query, do the same for all of your inputs. Make sure they're all mapped to the appropriate nodes so that the workflow will run from this webhook node. And if it works, you're already halfway there. And finally, order foundation. As I've said, there are two. First being input, second one is outputs. Outputs being the results that you want to get at the end of the workflow. In this case, for this Google Maps scripting workflow, it's a CSV that we get, which we can download in the web UI. In some other cases, it might be a video, or there are some workflows that we don't even need to get the results. All we need is a notification that something was done. Let's say you have a workflow that creates personalized emails for your leads. You just need to trigger that workflow from a web UI, and then once the workflow is done running, you get a notification in your web UI that says, oh, the workflow has been done, and here's the Google Sheet. So you just click on the Google Sheet and it opens, and you can see your personalized emails for all of your leads. So you could do it those ways. So make sure that your output is set here. You can see here what we put is a binary file where you can change. Let's see, for example, here you can see it's a binary file, but it doesn't have to be a binary file like this one. It could be, let's see, simple text where we can get an output from something. Let's say from here, and then we just drag it here. Even though it doesn't make sense, but then you get what I mean. You can drag anything to your output, and this is what you would get in the front end. So let's see, for a video, you put a video URL here. For a CSV, like I did, you just basically go to binary file here, and it would automatically choose from the inputs, which is the last node basically. So that's completely up to you. Or if, let's say, it was a notification, it will just be a text that says email has been sent over. So make sure that the workflow foundation has been set. So you have your input mapped out and your output mapped out. So once you have those, you're ready for the next step, which is safeguarding your workflow and preventing it from being abused, because you're putting this on the web. So we have to make sure our N8N workflow is safeguarded. And you might say, Ahmed, why do I even need to safeguard my N8N workflow? Well, anyone that gets their hand on your webhook URL, this production URL here, they can basically run your workflow. It get extremely bad, because first of all, they can consume all of your API credits, and not just that, also it's going to cost you in compute cost. Because let's say you're self-hosted N8N, wherever you're self-hosted N8N, it's going to accumulate your compute costs. Not just that, but let's say you're using a cloud hosted version, you probably have limited runs for a certain workflow, or let's say concurrent runs. So if somebody is maliciously using your N8N workflow, those costs are going to ramp up, and it's going to be bad. So we have to make sure our workflow is safeguarded and avoid it from being abused. So we have to go into the webhook node here and set up an authentication. So we're going to go into the header auth here, and let's create a new workflow. We have to put in a name just so that you can easily recognize it from our credentials list. We can find Google Maps, Scraper, auth. Put the name as authorization. Actually, we just put token. Then you want to come over to this website, which can generate a token for you ASAP. So you can see here, we can enable different things that we want included in our token. We can even add symbols, which makes it even more complex, but I'm just going to keep it default. And also you can also increase the length. I'm just going to keep it default, as I said. Copy this and make sure you do not forget this code, because if you do forget it, you're not going to be able to trigger your N8N workflow. So make sure you have this stored in a safe place, and go back into your N8N and paste it into the value placeholder, and click on save, and there we have it. So we've basically safeguarded this N8N workflow, and I know the part you've been waiting for. Finally, we're going to get into that now, which is basically building the clean web UI interface here, you're seeing here, using just one prompt. And creating this UI is going to be extremely easy. So easy that the previous parts that I showed you are going to be way harder compared to this. And what makes this easier is this prompt template, which you can see here. And in order for you to get access to this prompt template, all you have to do is click the first link in the description below and join the Builders Lab community. Once you're there, you're going to go over to the classroom section, tools and resources, scroll all the way down to the one-shot lovable UI prompt template, copy it and open a random notepad and paste it so you can follow through with these instructions that I'm about to tell you. So first things first, basically the workflow name. So for this example, let's say it will be the Google Maps scraper. Then for the inputs, you can remember I told you to map out your inputs in the JSON. So for input, we would put business hash. Just put text box. You don't need to put anything else. Then next thing is business vacation. Won't get the text box. Next thing is ticket number on this or Senate straight. List of numbers. Actually, you know what? Hey, you don't even need to put in text box. I just want to show you how advanced this is and how good it is. So we have this as the inputs. Then and finally, we're going to put minimum styles. And then once you've finished listing them out, what you want to do next is get that JSON that we mapped out, copy it, and go back to the notepad and map them to this JSON. Just see map them to this JSON, but I forgot to add one more thing. Then just say add a sidebar. Note. Home. Include this input boxes. Include a webhook input box and a token in box. And these two inputs is how we'll be accessing your N8N workflow in the backend. Then once you have these two set, go to the process and just see send the input in the JSON format above API call to the webhook URL provided in your web input box. Then use the token input box as the authorization. See, will be needed to access on workflow. Join headers. The header is all token and the meaning is token works. Obviously this can be written in a simpler way, but this is just what I've put. And for the output, go to your N8N workflow, which you have here, and you can see here we have a binary file, but let's see your output could be a JSON or even a link, or even a video link or a message. Just go to here and just describe it as it is. As you can see here, I'm just going to tell you anything. So you receive a binary file as your input. Gonna be the CSV. Let's play it and give us an option to download it. Once you have that as the input, actually we need to click on the generate button. A generate button. That's was here. Once the generate button is clicked, show in loading bar. Once you have seen a response, display it in the output. Look for color guide. We just use Google Colors. That is basically it. This prompt just gives you a guideline in order for you to basically textually explain how you want your web UI to look like. So just copy this, go into ChatGPT and just paste it, and it would create a detailed prompt that you can give to Lovable to create a UI for you, one shot, and I'll be showing that live. So copy it, go to Lovable, and also this can be done for free. As you can see here, I'm using a free account, so you don't even need to pay for anything. Paste in your prompt, cut out the top and the bottom, which has things you don't need, and just click on this, and Lovable will basically get to work and create your web UI. And you can see here it's thinking through everything and it's going to create the web UI. So once it's done, I'm going to show you the results. So it just finished, and just to prove to you that I did not send any follow-up messages and this was done one shot, you can see here there is no follow-up message sent by me. And you can see here we have a good clean looking UI, which includes the inputs as we provided: business needs, business location, number of businesses, and the minimum rating as well. But what we want to do now is first of all set up the variables that we'll be sending so that our N8N application can get familiar with the payload that it will be sending. So first of all, go to the settings here, go back to your N8N application, go to the webhook node, copy this test URL. And the reason why we're doing this is because Lovable is not going to send this body only. What it's going to do is, in this example you can see here, it sends headers as well, it sends parameters, query, and then we have the body here. And if you don't configure it, then subsequent, so let's say on the next work nodes, are going to probably fail because they don't have the right variable names mapped into the variable fields. We have to make sure that is set. So just click on listen to test event here, copy it, go back to your new UI, paste it, and remember the token that we just created, copy it, paste it here, click on save, and then let's put a quick test field on MedSpa, click on Nottingham, click on 10, just click on generate. Obviously you will get no responses because this is a test event. What we are looking to get is this, basically the right format that we're looking to get. You can see here we get the business niche, business location, number to script, and the minimum stars. And what you want to do in the next walkthrough is make sure that it's all mapped out. So you can see them properly done because I've done this before. But make sure for yours that you have basically set the input variables to the right nodes and right field. So once you've set that up, your workflow is now ready. Now you don't need to do anything. Just click on save here, click on active, and all you have to do is just click on the production URL here, copy it, go back to your Lovable UI. Actually, let's even publish it. Publication tab. And we can even change the domain name if we'd like. We can go here, check, As you can type in, let's put Gmaps scraper. This is available. Yes, it is. So just copy it, and if you open it in a new tab, we get our UI, as you can see here. And let's win our variables. Let's put MedSpa here. Let's put Nottingham 10 for. Let's get our production URL. Yeah. Paste it. And let's get the token. Paste it. Just click on save. What you want to do now is just click on generate, and what it's going to do is going to trigger our workflow, because if you go to our N8N application here, we can see that our workflow is currently running, which got triggered from this application. So just give it a few seconds depending on how large your workflow is, and once it's done, you're going to get a result as you've explained in that prompt template. And it's just finished. So you can see here we get our business results, which we can see here, and we can also download it, and also you can save the webhook URL and the token, so that whenever you want to run this workflow, you don't have to go into N8N, get your webhook URL, paste it, get your token and paste it. So you just save it on your browser, and let's say you even want to share this workflow, or you want to give somebody access to use it. All they have to do is just to give them this URL link. Once they have it, just give them your webhook URL and the token, and that's it. You can also run your workflow and get the results. And if they don't have your token, they can't get access to your workflow. And output, you can see here, as I told you, we get it in a nice displayed format. You can also download it, which you can see here. And as I've told you, this would be done in one shot, and this looks extremely good. And to even prove to you that you need the right authorization token for you to be able to access the N8N workflow, let's paste in a different authorization token here. And let's click on save. Let's try and click on generate, and you see we get an error because it's the wrong authorization token. So as I've said, this makes your workflow secure and easy to use, not just for yourself, but for the other people that you're going to share this workflow with.
You just went from 0 to professional level N8N in 6 hours. You mastered the foundations, you built 4 production level systems, and you learned the advanced techniques that most people never get to. That's not a small thing. Most people never finish what you did. If you want all the templates and workflows from this course, you can click the first link in the description below and join the Builders Lab community. And once you're there, you can get access to not just that, but the weekly calls we do every single week with the community members, where I share strategies I normally don't share here. Not just that, but you can ask me questions and get your answers directly from me. And the best part, you can collaborate with like-minded builders just like yourself. And if you're a business and you're lost in this AI world and you need an AI strategy set for your business, you've come to the right place. Click the second link in the description below and you can book a call with my team and we can get you started with that. If this helped you, drop a like and a comment, and make sure to subscribe as more of this is coming. Anyways, I'm Ahmed, and that's all from me today, and I'll see you in the next one.